doors open, kids find a safe space. Death 3 gaming doc fights the grind each day. From the joystick low to the streets ballet. She's the voice that echoes the restless hum. Hardcore hero where the city drums. Dreams are bred. The city roars, but her wheels still roll. Streaming at night with a fierce heart soul. That free gaming dog fights the grind each day. From the joystick low to the streets ballet. She's the voice that echoes the restless hum. Hardcore hero where the city drums. Go live. Green glow shining, she makes them thrive. Kids in the morning don't see her night. She hides battles fought by screens, strange light. Driving their futures down bustling streets, filling small lives with the simple beats. She carries their dreams while chasing her own. Walking roads never leave her alone. Cali where the sun went red, found a home where chaos and dreams are bred. The city roars, but her wheels still roll, streaming at night with her fierce heart soul. They laugh, they cheer when her streams go live. Green glow shining, she makes them thrive. Kids in the morning don't see her night. She hides battles fought by screens, strange light. Driving their futures down bustling streets, filling small lives with the simple beats. She carries their dreams while chasing her own. Winding roads never leave her alone.
Well, greetings gamers. This is Dr. Eileen, the Gaming Doc, and this is your place and your space to laugh, to chat, to chill, to hang out, to take a moment, to take a break, to take a breath, and say it is Serenity Sunday. I have my matcha, and I hope you have a cup of something that is wonderful and that comforts, because, it's interesting because last night there was a rainstorm, and there's something about the morning when the sun comes out after the rain that kind of, in a way, reminds me that no matter what, the sun's always going to come up. There's always going to be another day. And we have another day to celebrate our wonderful fruity leaves, my favorite foliage, and Cyber King 48. Good morning, Doc. Good morning, morning. One of my moderator supremes, who is absolutely awesome, absolutely amazing. My fellow Canadian, who is absolutely the person who is going to end up showing me there was a rib cook-off. I do remember there was a rib cook-off, and I also know that when I take my forge to Newfoundland, the land of my birth, I will definitely stop off and see Cyber King. How are you? How is the fam? What is up? What's the buzz? Tell me what's a-happening. Who is also an amazing master of mixing, who puts together all kinds of stuff. Definitely go and check him out. 32 months ago. How time flies. Oh my goodness gracious. Has it been that long? Oh, wow. And, so you're doing Police Simulator? What is up? Uh, I'm working on cleaning simulators because I'm a janitor, one of my many hats. So, oh my goodness, how have you been? Are you still, doing the mixing? Are you still making beautiful designs for people's trucks? Or are you out keeping the streets safe as a patrolman? I want to know what's going on. And it has been an amazing 32 months. Ah, you know, when you think about time flying and it's like, wow, yeah, because it seems like I just started streaming and it seems like it seems like yesterday that I packed up my car and RB and, and everybody and drove across country to a life I had no real idea what would happen. And it was scary, but it was roller coaster scary. It was that, I remember very clearly when I drove out of California and it said, "You are now leaving California." And it felt like that first big drop on a roller coaster because I didn't know. I knew what I wanted to do, but I wasn't sure really what I'd be doing. Not lately. Been busy with little man. Oh, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. What is up with little man? And we would love to hear about him because I'll bet little man is not so little anymore. Oh, it has been a time, and yesterday it was just so 6 months old today. Oh my gosh. It that time goes so fast. And especially when you have a little one. It's like all of a sudden, at first, you're being handed them for the first time. And then the next thing you know, they're recognizing faces. They're recognizing your face. They're making little sounds on their own. They're starting to form their own little being. And I know that when the first time I was handed my sons, the first time I was handed my first son, I realized that I really had no idea what the word love meant. And I found a whole new definition the first time those eyes opened and looked at me. And I thought I would never feel that again. And then I was handed my second child, my second son. And I realized, yeah, this is real. And then all of the doubt kicks in, all of the, oh my gosh, I, that feeling that you've been promoted exactly one level above that of your competence. And Iron Eagle, my eagle of iron. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And so now we have our first three across the gate. We have coming in for the gold. Again, my favorite foliage, Fruity Leaves. Coming in for the silver, my very own, brother from another mother, my little bro up in Canada, Cyber King 48. And coming in for the bronze, my Eagle of Iron, Iron Eagle champions. Just like at the Olympics, take your places on your risers. Wrap yourselves in your national flags as we play your national anthems. And let's see, what was it that Fruity Leaf said? Finally done with my work experience thingy. No more stocking shelves. No more stocking shelves. Back to school tomorrow. Ah. Nice, nice, nice. Well, and you learned a lot from that. You learned a lot from doing that thing, and I'm very proud of you for doing the thing because I know it wasn't always comfortable and it wasn't always easy, but you did it. Another thing to pop into that box of personal accomplishments. And yes, Iron Eagle, what is up? What are we building? What is going on? What is the haps? What is the buzz? And I hope that everybody is having a wonderful day, a wonderful end to their weekend. I learned that I never want to in a grocery store. Yes, I never want to work, yeah, within a grocery store. And that is good information to have. It's good to know because sometimes the trick to figuring out what we want is not always by looking for what we want. Sometimes it's looking to rule out everything we don't want. Because once you've ruled out everything you don't want, whatever is left, no matter how bizarre it may seem, that's what you want. That said, we don't always get what we want, as Mick Jagger once said. But if you try, sometimes you just might find you get what you need. And 5.5 hours of stocking shelves. Oh, I used to do that. I was just taking it easy as I was a little hungover on Saturday. Well, you know what? It is to be young again. Honestly, I get that feeling if I take NyQuil. So, at my age, that is a very short leap. But, hey, enjoy it while you're young. Teal giraffe! One of my favorite colors and one of my favorite animals. Hey yo, my dear. What is up? What is happening? How are you? How has the past week been? And what are you looking forward to next week? I mean, because that's the thing, it's all about what we have to look forward to. Oh, coming in. Welcome, Silver Wolf. Ow! Who always comes in with the pics of our little guy. Oh, see, we've got little man and we've got our other little man. Oh, look at that. Oh, and it's like Cyber King was talking about, the wonders of having a 6 month old. I mean, can you, Silver Wolf, looking back, can you remember when this little guy was 6 months old? And he looks so grown. He's getting so grown. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's doing great. Yes. And there's something about that half year point that, I don't know if it was for other parents, but there was something about that 6 month point, and it's like, how did we get here already? And then you have that first year celebration. Went to a spooky thing for daughter yesterday. Looking forward to Yom Kippur coming up. Love sounding the shofar, nice, and singing in the choir with all the gorgeous music. Oh my goodness, that sounds so wonderful. And it really is wonderful when people come in and and they share the things about the things that matter to them and talking about that and going, and 3 months away from 3 years old, time flying, but can remember him back then. Yep, it is. I mean, and the weird thing is, my sons are heading into their late 30s and I still remember that. It's a magical time that I really wish, in some ways I wish I had appreciated it more, which I think I would have if I wasn't so scared. Everything scared me about them at that age. But ooh, was it like a haunted house? Teal giraffe. I want to know more about this spooky thing. Spooky movie, spooky house, spooky a cornfield. Was it a cornfield or a corn maze? Mm. Oh my gosh. And then before you know it, they're asking for car keys. Mad World in South Carolina. What's Mad World? Can I Google Mad World? What is Mad World? Inquiring minds want to know. Mad World. Ah, in Piedmont? Holy moly. Let's look at this. What? Oh, let's see. We have it in the wrong thing. Hold on. Hold on. Let's do this again. Because for some reason in Firefox Mad World, South Carolina. Okay. Okay, that's better. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's unsettling. That is the spooky. That is the spooky. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at that. Oh, this is like a thing. This is like a full-on thing. Wait, why do you give me back? Oh, there we go. That is crazy. Oh, wow. That is, oh my gosh. Now, is this something, I mean, I'm guessing that they run this through Halloween, or is this open year round? Oh, that looks so creepy. Okay, I need more details about this because that looks that, oh, okay, that's artistic. Let's see. Yes, Piedmont. Ah, lurking Psyduck, my favorite Pokemon. Happy Sunday, Doc. Hope you're having a nice weekend so far. I am, sweetheart. Same to you. Uh, Yo, is this the best horror house ever? CSDW. That looks like the best horror house ever. She went in and I sat in the car and crafted. Hi, Chad. Hope you're all having a nice weekend too. Mostly around Halloween. In your DMs from 26 weeks old, aka 6 months. Hold the phone. Hold on. Do 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 do. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was a 26 weeks. Oh, wow. I'm telling you, it's like time just time just flies. Oh, and I love this one. That is so good. You look so much alike. He looks so much like you. That is so cool. But yeah, Deal Drive, I love it. It's like, yeah, she went in, I sat in the car. We're good. Oh my gosh. We're getting close to the best holiday ever. Ever. Oh, hydrate. Matcha. Mm. Yes, it is. Wow. I mean, and Teal Giraffe, thinking back to when your daughter would have been too scared to go into something like that, and she would have gripped your hand. Now it's like, oh yeah, just wait in the car. I'm gonna go have fun. I had a nice morning. I woke up, and the doe who frequents my yard had a piebald baby. Ooh, she's mostly white with some brown spots on her back. I've never seen a white deer in real life before. Oh, that is so special. That's like a spirit animal. Your community is so cute. We are. It is such an honor for me, really, to have the type of folks who are able to, just be and share and support each other and be honest and be authentic. That is so cool. But yes, and you're a part of it, so that makes you cute too. You're very cute. He was enjoying his cuddles with dad. Yes. I'll post a picture of her in Discord. Absolutely. You'll be 52 in 2 days? Uh, oh my gosh. Okay. All right. So we are going to, because we're not going to be able to be there in 2 days. So we are going to, we're speeding up. It's 2 days from now. So, Teal Giraffe, birthday. Yes. We got a candle and everything. Happy birthday, we love you. Happy birthday, and may all your dreams come true. When you blow out the candles, one light stays aglow. It's the love light in your heart where'er you go. And This is your birthday song. It isn't very long. Alrighty, 52. Oh my gosh. So I am 11 years older than you, but oh, to be 52 again. You know, you just get animals in your backyard. The big animals for us in Australia are possums. Ah, happy birthday, happy birthday. Oh, thank you. Okay, all right. So this is Teal Giraffe's birthday wish, but this is everybody. Everybody. See, that's the beauty when you have a big candle. Everybody can wish off this. So I want everybody to think about, think about that thing. Think about that thing that you would like to see incorporated in your life. It could be a big thing. It could be a small thing. It could be something, and it doesn't mean it's going to just get handed to you, but it does mean that the doorways will open and that the ways will be found and things will line up in the universe for you to have that. So everybody think of your wish. Everybody think of your wish. Okay, okay, wait, I got to think of mine. Got it. All right. So, you can, everybody take a nice deep breath. Nice deep breath in. One, two, three. Blow all at the same time. Yes. And my candles don't mess around. But yeah, oh my God, I want to go to Australia so bad. That has always been one of my places that I absolutely want to see. I want to go to Australia. Every person, okay, I kid you not. I have known a lot of people who have gone to Australia. Almost half of them came back, said, I'm moving, and moved to Australia. There was actually one family, they sold their house from a distance. They arranged for their house to be sold, for their stuff to be shipped to them. They just went to Australia and never came back. I mean, they did come back. They came back to visit. But it was amazing that, it seems to be one of those places that people just go and absolutely fall in love. I want to visit Australia. I want to visit New Zealand. And, it's just, I can't wait to visit there. You've got to tell me all the places I've absolutely got to visit, and not like, the regular touristy places, because I want to know those places, those little out of the way places that most people don't know about. Yes, I live in Canada. Deer, porcupine, rabbits, ducks. When I lived in Ottawa, even wild turkeys would roam around. Oh my God, there's so many wild turkeys in Staten Island. I'd be at the bus stop and the turkeys were there chilling. Okay, does anybody else have like wild turkeys that are truly arrogant? Are wild turkeys here? Because I mean, you're not allowed to damage them, and if you damage a wild turkey, you get into big trouble. It's like majorly illegal to intentionally cause harm to one of the wild turkeys. And it's like they know it, because what they do, they will roam out into the streets, and I mean, there'll be a whole, let's see, what is a group of turkeys called? Somebody look that up, because I don't think it's called a flock. I mean, normally call everything that's birds a flock, but I think there's a special name for a group of turkeys. Anyway, whatever that is, that's what they are. And they go out into the street and just park there. And they don't even move. I had a wild turkey stare down my bus. He was in front of my bus, all fluffed up. It's like, I can make you a street pizza. And so, but I mean, technically I can't, but so, I mean, technically I can, but it would be bad. I'd probably lose my job. But so I just kind of rolled up little bit by little bit. I mean, I ooched up, and he finally, and he's like, and he gives me this look like, well, I'm just letting you off the hook. We'll call it a draw. And he kind of saunters off, and he's got his hens there following him, like, oh, he's so brave, blah, 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 blah. He's so strong, blah, 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 blah. He's our hero, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you know what, well played, turkey. I mean, last year when I was here and I saw the wild turkeys, all I could think of was, it's Thanksgiving, why are there this many turkeys? But everybody says that even if it were legal to, involve them in Thanksgiving in that special way, that they're very bad eating because they're very gamey, and it's like, well, at least you wouldn't have to go too far to get a turkey. That's right. Canada and spots of America are my most beautiful spots of the world. It's so pretty. New Zealand is freaking amazing. Oh my gosh. Yes, the turkeys will try and attack you. Yes, they will. I have a kind of turkey in Australia, but it's a real selective spot, but they can get aggressive. You know, birds are murder animals. Mm. I'm telling you, guinea hens. There's this one type of chicken, it's called a guinea hen. They are hateful. They run in packs. They're like wolves. I remember when I was little, a group of them chased me and my two brothers and my sister, chased us into our car, surrounded our car, and were like, it's like, oh my gosh. It was like, the zombie movie, except with guinea hens. Oh my God, that would be a terrifying movie. Zombie hens. Zombie turkeys. Oh my God, that would be. Zombie turkeys would be so scary. Zombie turkeys would be more scary to me than human zombies. That's it. That's it. Also, very few times do you ever see zombie animals. Why is it animals don't become zombies? I mean, I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a movie where an animal was a zombie. Does anybody know? Is that a thing? Yeah, Canada geese are worse. They're very aggressive and they hang out everywhere. They seem to love parking lots. Now, the interesting thing about that is that here in the States, the Canadian geese are the nice ones. I mean, and we always thought it's like, well, they're from Canada, of course they're nice. But, it's those white geese, the ones that they're really big. They're not swans, but they're very large, and they are mean. They are very aggressive. But no, I mean, the Canadian geese are always tremendously polite. Oh, there's one chilling with dad. You always have such a serious look on your face. Oh, but see, so does he. He's gonna grow up with his dad's serious face look. But yes, it is very weird to me when an animal, let's see. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, see, that's like a spirit animal. How pretty. Let's see, isn't she cute? She's so cute. Look at that. Oh, what a baby. See, things in the natural world, that is something I do hate. Well, I don't hate about it. I do, oh God, we had links, clips. Go and check out the Discord. It's a wonderful, magical, amazing place with all kinds of amazing things that people post, including wonderful pet uh, pictures. And, it's very nice. She's very cute. So, what is it? Question. What is it that is one thing that you would like to see happen next week? Because this is about figuring out what we need to do to put into motion the things we want. Because the things we want are like right there. If we have a clear enough picture in our mind. And that's a big part of it, because I have found that if we're too vague in what we want, the universe has a really tough time kind of setting things into motion. But when we're really specific about what we want, what we're looking for, then it can line up a lot more easily, which I have had way too many things just kind of line up out of the universe. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, what? Oh, okay, green light. So, what is it that you would like? What is it that, because part of figuring out, it's like, okay, figuring out what you want, but then the more important piece is, if that's what I want, why don't I have it? If this is my heart's desire, what is it that I'm doing or not doing that keeps it at a distance? what is blocking me from achieving this? And that can be a very, very interesting question to answer because it does require that we get real. It does require that we be very honest with ourselves. We can't blame the world that is like, well, I want this, but, it's their fault and it's their fault and it's, whatever fault that I can't have it. Okay, maybe there are parts of it that are outside of your control at the moment. And what is the workaround? What is the bypass? What is, the solution? Problem, solution. See, that's why the left brain is like an amazing part of the brain, because that's the part that goes problem, solution. It doesn't worry about self image, it doesn't worry about what other people think. It doesn't create stories around why we don't have what we want. All it does is says, okay, there's a problem, it needs a solution. And once we give it to the left brain, see, that's why I like giving my left brain stuff first. Because if I give it to the right side of the brain, which is where creativity is, which is where stories are made up, stories that move us forward and stories that hold us back. So if we give, a problem to the right brain first, it might just go ahead and go, oh, that would be great. That would be wonderful. We can imagine it. But here's all the reasons we can't have it, or we don't deserve it, or, why it would be too hard to try and why we're not up to it. And, and all kinds of things. That's where the stories we create that hold us back start up from. And if we give the problem to the left brain first, problem, solution, and the left brain goes, okay, standard solutions do not work. And then the left brain will go, hey, right brain, here's what the problem is. Here's what we want to achieve. I need an outside the box creative solution to this because the standard stuff is not going to get us where we want to be. Well, once the right brain has something very specific to do, it doesn't go into the worthiness, the shame, the blame, the, whatever. If it has something very specific, it goes, oh, okay, we need this solution. And in order to reach this, we need something unconventional. Okay, I've got it. Let's try this. So by just being able to say, it's like, all right, I'm going to achieve this thing. The question is how. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of how. And yes, sometimes we do everything we can, we do all the right things, and we don't get what we want anyway. Life, which is fun until it isn't, and it sucks until it doesn't. And I find, or I've learned to look at not getting what I want as a little bit of both. Because sometimes I don't get what I want. And then down the road, I realize that even though in that moment I wanted that thing more than anything else, I discovered after time, it's like, you know what? I don't think I really wanted that. I wanted something else. I thought I wanted it. But the universe was smarter than me. And it realized that that was not actually what was best for me. It's sort of like, I used to work retail. So, and I had a customer come up, hand me something that she wanted to return. And she said, I don't really want this blouse. I just liked the song that was playing while I was trying it on. And I looked at her and she said, I know that's not a very good reason for a return. I said, you know what? I said, that's probably one of the best reasons I've ever heard. It's a very honest reason. I didn't want this. I just liked the song that was playing while I was trying it on. And I got home and I realized I didn't want it. So, which speaks to the fact that sometimes when we think we want something, it has more to do with what's going on around us. It has more to do with what it is that we think that will give us. And a lot of times I have found that thing that I wanted that I thought would give me so much more You know, as long as it made her feel good, so she purchased something. Yes, yes, exactly. And she got home and she realized that maybe she should just listen to that song, or as opposed to buying something that really wasn't. You think marketing doesn't work on you, but it really does. Absolutely. It is. I mean, believe me, those playlists and stuff, that because it's a very specific playlist, and they do that because they know that that will affect people, what people listen to, what they're hearing, the background noise can actually inspire them to purchase more, and that's been proven. So the idea that, I mean, okay, going into a theater, and you walk in and you smell that popcorn smell, that's not coming from the popcorn stand. It's They actually have, as a part of like the air conditioning and stuff, they have something that feeds the smell of popcorn, and it's an artificially created scent because it smells more like popcorn than the popcorn itself. I mean, it smells sort of like the popcorn, but they pump it through the vents. So you walk in and you immediately, oh, I want popcorn. And being able to, I get a bug bite right the back of my neck, and it is quite bothersome to me. Anyway, um, but the idea that, certain colors, certain songs, the amount of light that's in a place, the amount of windows there are. Reminds me of the movie Josie and the Pussycats. See, I watched Josie and the Pussycats when it was the cartoon back in the 60s. And the music had subliminal messages. Orange is the new pink, and the girls buy all new stuff in orange. Yes! Oh my god. Josie and the Pussycats. That was a cartoon. When did that cartoon come out? Because I watched it as a cartoon. Josie and the Pussycats cartoon. When did that? Oh, it was 1970. Josie and the Pussycats, 1970. Oh my gosh. Yes, that was this was my Josie and the Pussycats. And it was also one of the first ones that had like it had a black woman in it, because most of the cartoons did not feature a black character. So that was very exciting for me. It was like, oh my gosh. And she did the tambourines. I always loved the tambourines. So that was my Josie and the Pussycats. But, yeah, that idea that we can be getting influenced by things that we don't even realize. And. This is especially important for people who have a very empathic nature. Now, empathy, and if you go to my YouTube page, I did an entire year talking about what it really meant to be an empath. Feelings are the teeniest, tiniest little tip of that iceberg. But most people go to feelings and emotions because it's kind of the energy, because empathy has more to do with energy than it does feelings. It's just that most people will exhibit their energy through their emotions. So there was this kind of confusion that being an empath was had to do with, oh well, you feel what other people feel as if it's your own feeling, which is true. And it is also true that an empath can put an emotion into someone else so that they feel it as if it's their own feeling, but it's not. Which leads to the most toxic form of an empath, which is a narcissistic empath. A narcissistic empath is someone who consciously knows that they can manipulate, and they do it. Now, being empathic, that just means you can resonate with frequencies. You can resonate with any frequency. And the more you practice it, the more adept you become at it. You can perceive and pick up frequencies, and most frequencies are transmitted through emotion. So that's why people is like, oh, it's about being emotional. It's like, no, just because somebody's empathic doesn't mean they're nice. They could be the total opposite. And there's a lot of layers because the thing is, empathy works with anything, absolutely anything, because everything is a form of energy. It's subatomic particles moving around. And also empathy can be turned off, which was something I was 50 before I found that out. And that was like, what do you mean I can turn this off? I don't have to feel things I don't want to feel. So there's a lot to that. So the idea that, we are influenced by things on, a visual level, an auditory level, a tactile level. It's like, you walk past, like, you're in a retail store and you walk past a rack that has what looks to be the fuzziest, softest sweaters on the entire planet, and you just feel like you've got to touch it. And it's like, ooh, like one of those, really soft, fluffy cashmere or an Angora sweater. And when you touch it, and we knew, it's like, yes, we knew to fold up those sweaters and put them right near the front and hang them on racks next to each one, because we knew as people walked by, they were going to touch it. And if they touched it, they would probably buy it. If you haven't seen the 2001 movie, you should. It's very funny. I will definitely have to check that out, sweetie. So, and I mean, it's simply a fact of marketing. It's a fact of, it's like meeting people, getting to know people, and, how people are rarely who they are deep down when you first meet them. What they want to present is the person that they think you will be receptive to. And which my parents held a very firm theory that basically people could only pretend to be something else for like 6 months. And after 6 months, you start seeing the real person. Because it's not sustainable to be someone you're not. And I have always found it to be very exhausting. You try to be someone you're not, it's not sustainable, and it gets tiring. It gets very tiring. So it's a lot easier to just be who you are. Or, as the very wise Dr. Seuss said, be who you are and say what you feel, because those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. A lot of wisdom with Dr. Seuss. I speak for the trees have no tongues. So being able to, and identify it when you realize that you're being manipulated. When somebody's trying to play a game with you, when somebody is gaslighting you, that became that became a very popular phrase, and it was based on an old movie that was called Gaslight. And that movie, let's see, when did that movie come out? And the whole point, Gaslight movie, I think it was in the 60s. Oh God, no, it was 1944. 1944. It was a psychological thriller directed by George Cukor, starring Ingrid Bergman and Charles Boyer, where a husband manipulates his wife into believing she's going insane by subtly controlling her environment and perceptions. So, it was it was based because back in the olden days, people would, the lights were gas powered. And so he would like turn off the flame like while his wife was sleeping and turn the gas on. And so she would, he was literally gaslighting her because she was breathing in the gas, not enough to kill her, but enough to have it affect her perceptions and affect her mind. And that phrase, which is a tremendously popular phrase nowadays, that's what it was based on. It was based on a movie from 1944 where someone attempted to affect someone to the point where they had no idea what was real and what wasn't. And that made them vulnerable. And I could bet dollars to donuts that there are some folks out there who can relate to having been gaslighted. Can I? Oh, yeah. It is, and it really hurts. It's really difficult. And I know in the cases where I was gaslit, and yes, the doc has been gaslit in her days. Um, I think I was more angry at myself because it's like, wait a minute, at what point did I sign on for this? At what point? And people who are good at it, and especially the narcissistic empath, they are so good at gaslighting because they can actually make you doubt what you believe is true because they can influence that. They can influence your confidence about something because they can project it in. And, and it's not that that's a bad thing all the time. There are times when I've used it to help someone, like somebody going through an anxiety attack. Or, if I have a child on the bus who is, really, very upset, and I can, it's like I can match them and then help them calm down and de escalate. But the thing is, I do not use it to, any more than I need to. As soon as that person goes from, like, if somebody's having an anxiety attack, they're at level 10, I get them down to level 9 or 8. That's all I use. After that, I just talk to them because, the switch flipped to the point where they can have control, where they return to their place of choice. And going into a place of choice is a very powerful thing when people have the power to choose. And sometimes being very anxious, being very upset, being very, angry can take away our power to choose because we're no longer in the conscious mind, we're now in the reactive mind. And being able to just, it's like, okay, it's almost like settling them down a little bit, giving them an eye of the storm. Because then they're not in the storm. They're just kind of, I mean, the storm is still there, but they have a space where they can catch their breath. And being able to utilize it in that way, to be able to help someone, get over the little hill of doubt and uncertainty and be able to step back into a place of feeling more empowered. I mean, they're still upset. They're still, having a hard time. But the thing is, they're now in a space where they can realize they can handle it. Millex Moo. Hi, Doc. How are you doing? I am doing awesome and even a little better now that you're here. Hello. So nice to have you here. Please feel free. Relax. Go to the buffet table. And if you are a streamer, as for everybody else, please feel free to talk about your stream in the chat. We want to know what you stream, when you stream, why you stream, how you stream, what are you working on, what is your goals, are you working on affiliate, are you working on partner, hashtag path to partner, maybe this old lady one day. But it's so nice to meet you. Hello, hello, hello. But your name is familiar. Your name is so familiar. I don't know. There's something familiar about you. Have you been in the stream before? I don't know why, but I'm getting a familiar vibe. Maybe it was like a different name or something, but for some reason there's something about you that is hitting very familiar. So, or I'm old. I could have forgotten. But, anyway. So being able to stay in a place of choice, and I encourage people to go into that place of choice because it doesn't matter whether or not anybody else agrees with your choice. It's yours to make. It's yours to choose. Because when people choose things because other people make them or gaslight them or manipulate them, into making a choice, that's not a choice, it's a reaction. Choice means you have the free will to do it and the free will to face the consequences of it. Because, see, that's the other side. You know, Doc, do you have any training in psychology? You sound like you do. I'm a psychology student myself. Also, yes. I've been here once or twice since George rated. Oh, okay. I knew there was something familiar about you. And I, I mean, technically, yes, because as a part of my training as a chiropractor, there were psychology courses that we took. I'm just old. Most of what I share is based on things that I have observed, that I have witnessed, that I have experienced. And, they may apply to me, they may apply to you, or they may not. I simply offer it as an option, a possibility, a perspective that maybe fits. And I've always gone with the theory. Well, no, I won't say I've always have, because there was a time when I forgot this or didn't know it yet. Everyone has their own answer inside of them. They just need the right questions to reach it. And whether that answer resonates with me or not, it's their path. It's their way. And even if in my heart I know it's the absolute wrong path to follow, they may need to follow it to learn what they need to learn. Because one of the best lessons we can learn is that our choices have consequences. And when my sons were growing up, I would tell them, and they'd be upset that their actions led to consequences they didn't like. I'd say, who chose it? Who chose the consequence? You knew what the consequence would be, and you chose to do this thing anyway. So why are you surprised you're in trouble? And I wanted them to understand that in that lay power. There's a huge power in understanding, all right, my choices are mine to make. And there will be consequences. Some of the consequences I will like, some of them I will not. But I will go into it consciously. And being able to help someone find their own, I won't even say truth, their own authenticity in that moment, because everything we are is based on what we experienced up to that moment. Every choice we make is the best choice we know to make in that moment based on the tools and experience we have. And if somebody is going through something, that's, because there's also, I come from that place of spirituality. I'm a medicine woman, I'm a Reiki master. There's lots to unpack in that particular part of my life. But there's a lot of magic there. And I know that everybody carries magic. And how that magic presents, it's, maybe they'll do nice, wonderful things. Maybe they will make choices that are harmful to others. They are making the choices. They have consequences to face from it. And I've known in my lifetime a lot of people who made some really horrible choices, but it was because of those choices that they grew into a good person. Seeing the effects, it's like, when somebody says, oh, well, I made a wrong choice. There have been plenty of choices I made that at the time I thought were the worst possible choice I could make. And I beat myself up for it. But over time, when I could connect the dots retroactively, I realized if I had made any other choice at that time, I would not have what I have now. A bad choice is only a choice that gave you something you weren't looking for in that moment from that situation. But it could be the best choice you have ever made. Or not. But sometimes it takes time to tell what the full ripple effect of that choice is. Let's see. Dr. Haiku! I love the little wavy bird. Hello, sweetheart. And Red, good morning. In regards to streaming, I'm not currently streaming, but I do want to. What camera and mic would you recommend? Whatever you can afford. Whatever works for you. I mean, mine is, and believe me, I went with whatever was inexpensive, and I do have two monitors. You don't have to have two monitors. It helps. But let's see. Hold on. I can, in fact, I can tell you. Do 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 do. Oh, what? Okay, no, we need to go to that. Okay, Amazon. And in fact, I will tell you. I can show you exactly. Do 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 do. Okay. Bring that down a little bit. Uh, where are my purchases? Purchases. Buy again. No, I don't want to buy again. Oh, there we go. Orders. Search orders. Camera. Search. Okay. So. This is the camera that I use. $58 on Amazon. And I will tell you that this has been, in fact, I bought, it wasn't the exact same camera because it's like I use stuff until it stops working. So I've used this camera. When did I buy it? I'm trying to, do they have something here about when I bought it last? I've had this for probably at least, oh, last purchase. Okay, I purchased this one in January. I purchased a similar one, and that lasted me like 3 years. So, I mean, just basically, you can go on Amazon, you can get one with all the big bells and whistles, microphone. Now, I know I bought this one this year. Okay, this is the one that I use now, and this is like $31. Uh, it works really well, and and it's got like the pop filter thing that goes with it. I got this. Yeah, I got this also in January. The microphone that I used before was also like a basic unit, and it's yeah, basically whatever it is that is comfortable for you, both financially and, I mean, even the most basic mic and the most basic camera works really well. And I know people who just stream with that, with the, where's that? Just stream with what they have to work with. They use they use their phones. So, but I would love to hear more about what you want to stream, my dear. Tough night last night. Sweetie, what? Why? What's going on? We're here for you. Let's see. And there was something I thought that you put in. Did you put something? You put something in one of the spaces on the Discord, I think. But oh, I'm sorry, sweetie, but if you want to talk about it, and we have our wonderful Samarella facing the same today, but knowing that things will be all right. Thank you, Sam. And choosing Flash from the past, you get to pick. You want child and teen years, young adult, older adult, random weird. Let's see, little shaken up today. So forgive me if I'm slow in the chat or if I don't talk much. That's okay. And Red, we are here for you. We are totally here for you in whatever way you need us to be. If you need us to distract you and talk about other things, we can do that. If you need to share something about it, please go ahead. It's okay. And and you too, Sam. And I do know that there's a lot of streams where, they're not really keen on people being real. I will tell you that there has never been one case of trauma dumping in this stream because I don't call it that. I call it life sharing because the hard stuff is a part of life. That's the sucks till it doesn't part. And sometimes in the sucks till it doesn't part lies the best gifts. Because even if the only gift we get from one of those really bad times is that we know it was never stronger than we were, that's a pretty darn good gift. And everybody, I just want to cry to someone, but I also don't. It's like I'm torn. You know what, sweetie? That is a very, very reasonable place to be. Because showing emotion is not something that a lot of folks feel free to because it gets complicated because of how people react. When people are having an authentic emotion and they're upset and they're crying, sometimes people who can't deal with someone else's emotion, their go-to is to make that person stop feeling it. It's like, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. What if they need to? The body will cry the tears that the eyes don't. When we're not authentic and saying, you know what, all is not well in my kingdom. And just being able to embrace that. Sometimes just saying it out loud can help. Sometimes, just saying, I'm not okay. And that's okay. You know, being confused all the time is reasonable. Yeah, because most people are confused all the time about something. Because I do not know anybody, including myself, who has everything all together and has nothing in their life that they're confused about. And the thing is, confusion, to me, it's a sign that my brain is working on something. It's working to make sense of something. And all of us have overcome 100% of everything we've ever faced. So we do have the tools. If you're here in this life, you've overcome everything that has gone up against you. 100%. And knowing that, and when we can remind ourselves of that and say, okay, this is a problem that needs to be solved. I will solve it eventually. It's just a matter of how. What do I need? And a lot of times, again, and I know in myself, the main reason I was confused was because I didn't want to accept a reality about a situation. I wanted to know why. I wanted it explained so that I could understand it. But the thing is, understanding it doesn't necessarily make it better. If there's something that I'm not facing within myself, and I'm going, well, this situation confuses me. I know if I'm being really honest, it doesn't confuse me. I just don't like the direction it went. I don't want to acknowledge maybe that I had a part in it. I don't want to acknowledge, or if I didn't have a part in it, I don't want to acknowledge my helplessness. So confusion can actually be a pathway to authenticity. Because if you look at why you're confused about it, what about the situation is confusing? Well, that this person did what they did. Okay. Will understanding it change what they did? No. So what am I looking for in understanding it? Maybe I'm looking to know that I wasn't responsible, that it wasn't my fault. It can be very tricky, but like I said, it can also be the pathway out of confusion if we stop trying to outrun it, if we stop trying to think that there are words that will make it okay. because no, there are things that no words will make okay. And we can be able to move forward. It's like people is like, well, I need closure to move forward. No, you don't. You want closure, but you don't need it to move forward. And I will say that I have found that in a very specific situations. You don't have to understand why someone did what they did. You don't even have to have an apology because it ends up being in here anyway. It gets processed in here. And if nothing they can say will ever make it make sense or make it okay, then you don't need the words. You turn inside and go, you know what? They did what they did by their choice. I move forward by mine. Let's see. To be honest, I'm not sure. I think I want to react to content. Nice, just chat, and definitely include some bits of psychology. Nothing too serious, cool. But I do want to create a safe space for everyone and anyone to come in. Millex Moo, that is a wonderful thing to do, and it's very needed. Just making convo. I have schizophrenia, and once a month I will get overwhelmed by OCD and delusional. It's a messiah complex, and I feel like when my animals or family is not doing good, it's karma from poor internal morals or ethics. Okay. I tried to do the right thing, but my thoughts were wandering to negatives, and I was trapped feeling like I was not manifesting health for them well enough, so I became shell shocked. That is very, very self-aware. Red, I am very proud of you. The way that you word this, it's like explaining it to people who have no understanding, because nobody really understands what you're going through. And yet to be able to educate, because this educates beautifully, and I'm very proud of you for that. Because a lot of times people have, there's a resistance to it. And, it's a messiah complex. And, but you take such amazing ownership of it. And, it is. And this is nothing you're choosing. This is in some ways, it's a biochemical reaction to whatever triggers instigate it, whatever is the catalyst for it. And, I'm just so proud of you, because to be able to work through what it is that it means to be you every single day, and you come in with such wonderful compassion and support and help, and you are always so encouraging to others. And it really is a very wonderful thing when somebody is able to be so self-aware to go, you know what, this is a part of me, and it's not all of you. It is an aspect of you. This manifestation, it is an aspect of you, but it's not everything that you have. It's not everything that you are. And being able to understand those times when you feel trapped, you have felt it before, and the trap opened, and you found your way out. You found your way through. I'm sorry to, that you're going through this at this time, and you've got this. There is no one who knows your situation better than you do. No one. No, and no one will ever fully understand it. And the eloquence that you describe this with, that is so, it helps people to understand and to become aware. And it also helps people who are going through, as you wrote this, there are people who are reading it to go, oh my God, that's exactly what I feel like. And you let them know they're not alone. You help people by being this amazing, honest, and aware human being. And, kept feeling like I was not manifesting health for them well enough. Yeah. There is that, what am I doing or what am I not doing? And you're okay. You're better than okay. And those points that get difficult, that the feeling of, that you identify, it's like, okay, heading into, the all is not well in my kingdom spot. And you make it out because you choose to. You are an amazing, awesome person. And the fact that animals like you, that shows, because animals cannot be fooled. You know, so I'm sorry you're going through that, and I know that you will find your way out because you always have. It's just the medical thing, Mom. I don't know what I'm really going to do about it. Sweetheart, if you don't know what to do about it, the thing is, that might be a sign to do nothing. For me, if I don't know what to do about something, I've learned to accept that it means that I need more information or I need to give it more time. That at the point that I really need an answer, because see, we always want an answer, but at the point when I need it, it will be there. And it will be there for you, sweetheart. Let's see. I'm sending you a big hug from Red. Thank you for being so open and honest. Abso-freaking-lutely. I keep telling that, but I just don't get myself to see it. Sometimes I feel like it's best for me and everyone if I'm gone. Yeah. And the thing is that everybody who has lived has had that exact same feeling. I know that's so stupid of me to say, but lately how things are, my mind is all foggy. Yeah. And the thing is, sweetie, that this is not, you've danced this dance before. This ain't your first rodeo. And every time you have ever felt that, you stayed. And, there's a lot that you go through. And your choice, you choose. And because you choose for a system, there's a lot of votes in there, a lot of things to consider. But, sweetheart, you have always chosen to stay. The question would be, what would be different now? Is now that different from before? Is now that much harder? Because you've been through some very hard things. So, looking at the fact that, yes, that is a choice that you can, from your own free will, make. But you haven't made it yet. You've overcome 100% of everything you faced. So this is not stronger than you, nor is it more powerful than you. It just feels like it. And being able to say, I made it through all of the rest. Why can't I make it through this? What is different? And, there could be a lot of things affecting it. It could be, when the diet is off, when you're not getting as much sleep as you could. There's a lot of things that can affect our ability to deal with stress. And being able to say, it's my choice. I choose. There is something that carries empowerment with that. You choose what you want. And up until now, you've always chosen to remain. And what you're going through now, can you honestly say it's the worst? I don't think so. You've been through a lot. You're free to choose. I know that I hope you choose to stay. And I know everybody else in this community hopes you choose to stay. But the choice is yours, because you cannot choose to stay because of anyone else. You can only choose to stay because of you. And as someone who has walked that path and stood at that edge, I get it. I don't totally understand your situation, but I get it. And a lot of people have. And the question I always ask is, if your life was everything you wanted it to be, would you choose to leave it? And most people would say no. Okay, what is it about your life that, if that thing changed, would you want to stay? And one of the other things I ask people is, if the person that you loved most came to you and said that, what would you tell them? Would you tell them to give up? Or would you tell them you're strong, you're capable, and you are free to choose what you want, but know that in choosing to remain in life, to remain here, it's going to be hard, but you're not alone. So, you know, it's always about having something to think about. Like I said, the answer's there in everyone. They just need the right questions to reach it. Big hugs, yes. You deserve to live. After everything you comfort, you deserve to be happy. It might not be now, and that's terrible, but it will be one day. If you leave, you'll never have those days. That's absolutely true. The way I see it, happy days are not really my thing. I get that. If you're never happy, you never have happy days. And also, there's a thing about the idea that if we do, what is the saying? If doing the same thing, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And sometimes that discomfort can be just an escape and a desire not to have to do the hard work. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's an option. And being hopeless means never being disappointed. And I've spoken to people who are absolute pessimists about everything. And what they said was, being an absolute pessimist means you're always safe because you never get disappointed. Everything happens. If you always look for the worst case scenario, and people who look for it will find it. They will find something bad about everything. But the thing is, it's a survival tool, because of the fact that if you automatically assume bad things will happen and you have a day where nothing specifically horrible happens, it's a victory. It's a win. It means that, whoop, airplane, maybe a helicopter, I don't know. Anyway, but if you do not look for good things, that means that everything stays the same. You don't get disappointed. And that can be a survival tool for a lot of people. And being able to accept that, I mean, and the thing is, at any given time, any one of us are done. You know, it could be an accident, it could be a sudden illness, it could be, you know, I reached the point where I realized, and at my age, I've lost a lot of people that I loved. And it was through that I realized that, I mean, you know, if I choose to leave life next week and then in 2 days, you know, I get hit by a bus, because the person that was hit by the bus, they woke up not knowing that they weren't going to bed that night. So at any given point, it could all end. So I may as well ride the ride as long as I can, because I don't know when the ride ends. And I know I've got more time behind me than ahead of me. And I'm okay with that. But, it is tough. And I'm glad that you're getting help with it because I know you're seeing a therapist. So that's a really cool thing. And, there's also the fact that you are a system. So, dealing with the other members of the system can be, that can be challenging too. It's I get it. If you're never happy, you'll never have happy days. And if you're never happy, you'll never technically have sad days. They'll just be days. So, yes, looking for the best can set up expectations that aren't met. And a lot of cases, that's where stress lies, is in unmet expectations, unmet hopes, disappointment. And life can be very disappointing, and life can be amazing. It's just we don't know what we're going to get from the time we wake up to the time we go to bed that night. It's, yeah, and here's kind of a funny one, but I think it's relevant. The art of living is more like wrestling than dancing. Absolutely, Dr. Haiku. Absolutely. Doctors found a small clot in my heart that's causing the palpitations and tightness, and lately I've been a lot stressed. Yeah, they asked me to get admitted to the hospital by the middle of next month. Really? I'm surprised they would wait that long. Feel like I'm going to be alone after that. Okay, is that what you know, or is that what you believe? Because what we believe can be wrong. I mean, what we know can be wrong. What we believe can be very wrong. They said removing the clot might help me in a big way, but there are things to follow which will help. But with how I am, I don't know if I could be able to bring me to help myself. Well, sweetie, that is a choice that you'll have to make. That is a choice that you will you will decide based on you. And being able to, when you have something serious like that, first off, I'm really, really, I would be very surprised at the idea that they would leave it a month because normally something like that, you'd want to intervene a lot sooner. And after spending 20 years as a doctor, it's like, okay, that would be something that, so maybe it's something different that could wait, but just from what you're describing, in most cases that would be a very, very intense thing that would be like an emergency type of situation. So maybe it's not something that is as significant, but or as life threatening. But I mean, it's your choice. I've been here before and got out, then got back. Then again, I felt happy, and now I'm back again. It's like me going back and forth, even if I really don't want to. Sweetie, yes, that is that is life. That is why when I say life is fun until it isn't and it sucks until it doesn't, that is exactly what you've described. Because no matter how good you're feeling in any given moment, at some point life is going to suck. And no matter how much life sucks, at some point it's going to feel good. And it's like a pendulum that we're constantly swinging back. And we choose what story we attach to it. And if you have to make up a story, why not tell yourself a good one? If we have to create belief around how bad something can be, we do have the ability to choose how good it can be, but it depends on the willingness. So, but know that you have a lot here. You have a lot of support here. And we've been riding this ride with you for a very long time. And you're still a part of this community. So, knowing that you overcame those struggles because you chose to stay is extremely powerful. They realize that everything changed. Yeah. Happiness and freedom begin with a clear understanding of one principle. Some things are within our control and some things are not. Epic, epic terrace. Please put that in you know, wise things. What did I call it? Uh, yeah, put that in there. Inspiring thoughts. That's what it is. Because that's absolutely true. Happiness and freedom begin with a clear understanding of one principle. Some things are within our control and some things are not. Exactly. What other people choose to do is not in our control. How we choose to respond to it is. And it's a control, and it's a choice, and it's a responsibility. To live a good life, we have the potential for it. If we learn to be indifferent to what makes no difference. Ooh, I like that. We learn to be indifferent to what makes no difference. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Those two felt like they needed to be together today. Absolutely. It's more like I don't have a choice. Actually, you do. You do have choice. You do not have a choice over health issues that you cannot control. You do not have a choice over, how other people act or treat you. We do have a choice. What we fundamentally have a choice in is how we are going to look at what it is that is our life, what it is to remain in it, what it is to fight, and what it is to accept that, if there's something that we don't have a choice in, to look at why. Why do I not have a choice in this particular thing? And again, we can't choose the things that happen to us in many cases, but we can choose how we react to it. That is our responsibility. That is our gift. It's both a gift and a responsibility. And being able to say, this belongs to me. Anybody can take anything from you, but choice. How you choose to respond. Nobody can take that away from you. Some choices you have to give away. But the thing is, if you give it away, you can always take it back. So being able to decide if you want, and you are, as I said, you are free to choose, but it is a choice and it's your own. And you take responsibility for every choice you make. We all do. Everybody takes responsibility or is responsible for whatever choice they make. There's no, well, they made me choose. No, not how you respond. They can bend your will, but they cannot break it. They can decide, others can decide where you are or limit you in different ways. Choosing to accept it, choosing to hold on to it, choosing that somebody else has power over your spirit, over your ability to choose. That is a choice. There's an amazing song that I always love. It's from a group called Rush, and it's called Free Will. And the lyrics in this song are so amazing. You can choose a spirit guide and some celestial voice. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. You can choose from phantom fears and kindness that can kill. I will choose the path that's clear. I will choose free will. And especially that if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. So, yeah, it is just because we don't like what our options to choose are doesn't mean we don't have choice. It just means we don't like our options. And you are always free to choose. And Bloodella 95, our reigning goddess of Girl Scouting. Nice. Hello, my dear. Are you feeling better? I hope you're feeling better. And I hope our little sweetheart is feeling better too. Basically, I get to know when I'm delusional. My dear Red, I would say that puts you far above most. Because where you get to know, most people don't. Most people don't even acknowledge it. They don't take ownership of it. Oh, my comment didn't post. Wait a minute. Did I miss something? Let me scroll back and see if I missed something. No. Well, sometimes if it's a really long comment, it won't post it. I have some residual stuff, but other than that, I feel pretty good. Well, that's good to know. That is absolutely good to know. I mean that you're both on the mend. Red, was it a big comment? Let us find the comment. Show us the comment. Looking for something. Let's see. Yep. And my dear, this is, you know, this is such a, I love this image because not only does it show your sweetness, but it shows the fact that beings, these lovely little rats, they are hardwired to perceive something that is threatening, something that is dangerous. And looking at how they are with you, they're not perceiving anything. They're not perceiving anything but love. They're not perceiving anything that makes them feel unsafe. And that is amazing. And I think your rats are very, very, very perceptive. The Let's see. Oh, swizzle sticks. Let's see. Oh yeah, I have some residual stuff. Swizzle sticks. How's that for a random good morning? Oh, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Everybody, welcome in Jay Stun Z, another one of my moderator supremes, who is the king of New York, the reigning monarch of Staten Island, and I will hear no argument to the opposite, and who is my OBJ Stun Zobi in all things from bus driving to the best pizzas to making chicken parmesan using spaghetti squash, uh, to figuring out OBS, all these things. Jay. And who helps keep an eye on things for me. The problem I have also deals with time dilations and voices. Like Jiminy Cricket, except usually my friends and family that come out when I get deep into mentally solving problems. The worst part is they play the Joker and the Thief. Sometimes. So when I think I have my ethics solved and can show my cards, they say, a joke to push me over the edge and misrepresent my thought process or get me off track. It's a bad narrative, not actual people, but my internal goals are impacted just the same. Makes sense. My meds work not to make me asymptomatic, but by giving me a great enough parallel with normalcy that I'm able to make critical IRL moment decisions for good, but it's still scary. Well, I mean, yeah, I totally see that. And again, I love the way that you describe things that allow people to become educated about situations that they have no point of reference on. And the mind can be a very, very effective sort of storyteller. And it's sometimes hard to tell the difference between the story and the reality, which sometimes the story is, it is reality in a particular perception because of the fact that whatever story we're carrying at a moment to us is another form of reality. I believe that, that in a way it is a reality. There's our main reality, the IRL in real life. But then there's a reality that our stories give us because in our hearts, in our minds, in our spirits, in that moment, it feels real. Our fears are real. Our anger is real based on the story. And keeping in mind, again, and we've talked about this before, that when you think a thought or remember something, the brain does not define between it being a memory and happening now. which is why you can think about something that happened 20 years ago that you were embarrassed about, and you will feel embarrassed in that moment. Or you think about something that happened 20 years ago that made you really angry or hurt. You will feel the anger and the hurt. It will create the biochemical reaction that supports it. It will create the adrenal response. So, in a way, it is real. And, that's interesting that it's not about making you asymptomatic, but by giving you a great enough parallel with normalcy. That is very interesting. And I would imagine very scary. And you still show up. You still face it. And the courage to face something, the real, facing the real deal where the rubber meets the road. There is an amazing truth in you that your condition cannot take away from you. The condition is what you physically and biochemically experience. But it's not something that can take away from the truth that you're strong, that you carry this burden and you are able to make it through. You are able to be someone that rats will trust and feel safe around. You can't fool an animal's instincts. They feel that in you. So while this condition is a part of you, it's definitely not all of you. It's not even most of you. And I, for one, am really proud of you. And sometimes the bravest possible thing you could say is that something is scary. They told me it's not that serious and could resolve by itself. A blood clot? That is, well, I mean, can they self-resolve? Technically, yes, but usually it requires medication. It requires, maybe surgery. But I mean, I'm not there. I don't see the test results. So, if that's the case, then, then they must know what they're saying. One thing I learned in therapy a long time ago, especially when it comes to improving your everyday mentality, it's surprising how easy it is to fall into a level of comfort with being in a bad place. Dr. Haiku. Double fist bump, double high five. To the point that living in that state is a pseudo comfort zone and that it can be a hard cycle to break. But if you want to get better, you have to intentionally break the cycle a little bit every day. Oh, Doc, guess what? Oh, what? Yeah, morning, Jay. Good rum. That's why Jay is so good to have around. Even when he's in a bad mood, he can make you feel better because he's a blue. Insert cricket noises here. Sorry, dad joke for the day over. Oh my God. So you know why the snowman got happy? It's because he saw the he saw the snowblower coming. Jay! Okay, that one's funny. That one's funny. That one's funny. Oh my gosh. Video games gamify snap decisions with no real life consequences. Absolutely true. There needs to be mental health training for approaching them. Yeah, I agree. What's the difference between a snowman and a snow woman? Oh, now we're going to get all the naughty snow jokes. Snow balls. All right, get it out of your system. Get it out of your systems. Go ahead. Give all the snow jokes. See what you started, Jay. All right, go ahead. Get it out of your system, y'all. Go ahead. We'll wait for you. And, but it is that, Dr. Haiku, going back to that, it's like it's surprising to see how people fall into, feeling bad because that makes them safe. And, I've spoken to a lot of people who, one of the best examples of that is like toxic relationships. And I know a lot of people who, when they finally got out of a toxic relationship, the next relationship was exactly like the last one. And even know of one case where they got out of a toxic relationship, and she had someone come into her life who basically treated her like a queen, who adored her, who sent her roses just at work just because she was on her menstrual cycle. He treated her to everything. He never said anything bad to her. He was always complimenting her, telling her how beautiful she was and how much he cared for her and all of that. And she dumped him to go back to the toxic person. And we were talking one day, and she was saying, I don't, people don't get it. And I said, well, what is it? She goes, the reason that I do that. And I said, well, your reason is your own. She didn't have to justify it to me. And what she told me, it was like, wow. She said that she understood how to manage a toxic relationship. Her parents had been toxic with each other. Toxic was a world that actually made sense. When she was suddenly faced with someone who was nothing but the opposite of toxic, she said she was never so frightened in her life because she didn't understand that world. It was like being plopped into another country where you don't know the traditions and you don't know the language. So she said, it may be toxic, but it's what makes sense in my world. And it's like, okay. Do you know Tickle Me Elmo's? Can I ask you something? Of course. I get to keep my job. Yes! Well, kind of. I've been offered a temp job to help get the new system cleaned up before next month. So I will finally be getting full access to one of the programs we've been begging for me to get. I will also still be able to help my supervisors when needed. Well, that sounds like a good thing. That sounds like a wonderful thing. Oh, cheers. That is, or slancha. Never mind. Joke is probably over the top. Well, I tell you what, sweetie. Why don't you tell you what? Put it in Discord. You can even message it to me in Discord. So, but now you've got me curious. I want to know which Tickle Me Elmo joke you're talking about. So put it over in Discord or message it to me or something, because now I'm curious. I need to know. What can I do in my life to ever repay you and everyone here? How can I avoid having the feeling of being selfish and regretful of not being able to do anything back for all the help you guys have provided me? So, why don't you think that you have been paying back? What I mean by this, there are people who come into this stream and they say that they're going through something difficult, and you speak up and you give a suggestion, or at the very least you say you're sorry they're going through it and you wish them the best. Why do you think that's not paying back? And the thing is, we don't really need to pay back because everybody gives. It's like everybody's standing in a circle with gifts and they're just throwing at them at whoever needs it. And sometimes there have been times that every one of us were the ones receiving support, love, compassion. And there are times when people are the one giving support, love, and compassion. You have given as much as you've gotten. You may not notice it, but nobody has been skating in this. And when you bring up those things that are difficult, that in itself is a gift because you're bringing the authentic you. You are bringing, that part of you that is vulnerable, that part of you that is scared. And one of the greatest gifts we can do is be able to give of ourselves and show that vulnerable side so that other people can go, wow, I'm not alone. And there are probably a lot of people who have read the stuff that you've written and realize, wow, I'm not alone. Someone understands. And every time you give that feeling, that is a gift. So, frankly, I think we're good. We're square. Yeah, if you grew up in a war zone, I'm sure the things people do during peace make no sense. Exactly, which is a part of like military PTSD. Is that, and I've spoken to veterans who came back. I remember my father when he came back. That, you're trained to deal with a particular level of adrenaline in life or death situations, in situations where it's take out someone else or they take you out, and you're taught to respond immediately without passion, without compassion. And then you're taken from that and put in a world where everybody is supposed to play nice and everybody is supposed to do things, and people are supposed to be gentle when your life was not. Your life depended on not being gentle, on being suspicious, on being alert. And yeah, hey, yeah, so you got any new dishes today? Just curious. That is very true. Usually Asta comes in with something. I'll be behind a computer screen most of the time. That's good. Just make sure you get up, you stretch, you look around, don't spend too much time on the computer without moving, because then you can get headaches, eye problems, and back pain. Let's see. I'll, however, have to make phone calls from time to time to get additional information that I need to input. Oh, you're going to be great at that. What about shush, Samuel? You don't owe me anything. To go out and spread love and not hate. That's the best way to. Yes. Hi, Jay. The first mistake is feeling like you owe us anything. We're here because we all want to be as well. Because it's cathartic for us too. So thank you for being here today. Yes. No, I'm not. I don't smoke weed, but thanks. Hi. Hi. Hey, I'm from California. That's a thing. But yeah, being able to realize that people are going to do what they're going to do. We can't control that. What we can decide is whether or not we want to participate in their story or we want to create our own. And, sometimes you do. That's the thing. Something happens and people are outraged about it and we get outraged about it. More matcha. Time for more matcha. No, yes. I didn't even like matcha for most of my life. And all of a sudden, it's like I tried some and it was like, oh my God, this is good. Because we can all change. Our perceptions can change. Whether it's the taste of something or how we view life. I message you directly. Feel free to say it if it passes the test. No dish today. I'm not in the best headspace. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter, my dear Asta, because, you always have a seat at our table, and it's an honored one. What is the skeleton's favorite meal? Bone meal. We have not had people going into the Punderdome lately, and I think I have gotten far too soft on the Punderdome. We have not had the Punderdome. To the Punderdome, reopen those gates. We need to start locking puns up again. Okay, Red. No, that's a good one. Okay, nah. Did you know that before Tickle Me Elmos are shipped, the factory gives them test tickles? Okay, that's funny. Testicles. That put a smile in my heart. Thank you. Anyway, I keep having this feeling that just saying thanks alone won't really be enough with everything that I've been through and I've put you guys through in a way, and all the help, advice, and care you've provided me helps me survive here. Sweetheart, you survive because you choose to. We give you an eye of the storm, we give you a safe space, but we're not there all the time. But you decide to survive all the time. And I am so happy that this is a place that allows you to feel safe and cared for. And, we hear what's behind those. There's nothing wrong. Thank you is enough. But the thing is, you've been doing more than just thanking. Like I said, you've been participating, you've been helping, you've been encouraging, you've been holding space, you've been being authentic. That says a lot. That's a pretty good thank you. And you're welcome. We are not disturbed by events, but our interpretations of events into inspiring thoughts. That is absolutely. It's the story we attached. Marauder! Namaste, fam! Namaste, my dear. Marauder, what is up? What is the haps? Marauder 420 coming in to steal our hearts. You deal with life with a surprising amount of tact, all things considered, so don't be too hard on yourself. Absolutely. You guys gave me another family, more like a family I always wanted. It's never easy for me to trust people this easy and feel safe in the place I am if people are around me, but I do feel safe and I can trust everyone here. It means so much to me. Well, you mean so much to us. What do you call a hippie's wife? You all get hugs here. Yes. I'm just as Mississippi. Okay, Jay, I am going to give that one a pardon from the Punderdome. That one receives a pardon because I grew up in the generation of the hippies and Mississippi. I haven't heard that one in a very long time, and it brings back very warm hippie memories to my heart. So that pun gets a pardon. That pun gets pardoned. It will ascend to pun heaven. You always say that like I made that choice all by myself, but in reality, you asked a Jay, you all helped me clear my mind to help myself. That is true, and you do make the choice. And no, you don't make it by yourself. First off, the system is there helping you, supporting you, and we are in that next circle out. But the thing is, you choose to be here. You choose to log in. You choose support. Because no one can make you come onto the stream. You choose that. And that's a very cool thing. Illegally parked frogs get towed away. Okay, that one goes to the Punderdome. That one goes to the dungeon below the dungeon in the Punderdome. One pardon only. What's a ghost's favorite meal? Okay, to me or not, you'll never be a jerk. You are my little sister. Oh, goulash! A ghost's favorite meal. Goulash. Okay, I'm almost tempted to pardon that one because I do love goulash. Okay, that one goes into purgatory. I gotta combine that word. Pun, purgatory, pundatory. Okay, that one goes into the waiting room because I have not decided because I do so love goulash. Okay, anybody who doesn't know what goulash is, hold on. Let me pull up goulash. Goulash is something that was very big back in the 1960s and early 70s. And you could make goulash out of almost anything. It's basically a mixture of stuff. So if you wonder what goulash is Hungarian goulash. It's like when you got like basically bits and pieces of a lot of different things. This is like the standard goulash. And oh my gosh, okay. there are people who, and I am one of them. And I think most people have a particular type of comfort food depending on the season. Now, things like goulash, stews, um, things like that, they say fall to me. Whenever I see like a really good hearty stew, that is fall to me. That is fall comfort food. Something you scoop a big old spoon of. We never eat it with pasta, but with potatoes. Asta, I definitely prefer it with potatoes. We make goulash, yes. Hungarian. Okay, I'm reading a book on anti-gravity. It's impossible to put down. Marauder, that goes in the Punderdome. It's going into the cell that has guard dogs. It is going to be put on bread and water, and it will sit in a corner until it thought about what it's done. Although I do love a good science pun. My mother was so surprised when I told her I was born again. She said she didn't feel a thing. Okay, because that references your mom. That one gets pardoned as well. But no, that's actually funny. That is actually funny. I God, I like that one. I was born again. She said she didn't feel a thing. Okay, that's funny. I'm scared of losing because of how I am, Mom, especially the ones in my system. With how I have things in my head, it's more of me not really caring about anyone and everyone gonna hate me and stuff, but I also know it's not true. Well, then, sweetheart, the fact that you are aware that it's not true, that is a very, very, very wonderful thing. And I'm really proud of you for that because I know there was a time when you didn't know that that wasn't true. But now you do. And it doesn't mean that it takes it away. It doesn't mean it takes that thought away. It just means that you have another thought to match it. And sometimes that can be an amazing place to start working on things. And you've worked really hard. And yes, I can see how this community could become, could be something that is like, oh, the better something is, the more you're attached to it, the more you have to lose. But sweetie, you're not going to lose us. And we have been walking this path with you, supporting you on it, and nothing's changed, and nothing will change. And I know that's hard to hear in a way because it almost makes it more dangerous at the idea of losing. You are learning to tell yourself a better story, and that is something you have fought for. And it can sound like such a simple thing of telling yourself a better story, but it can be really, really hard. And you've been very, very brave to be willing to tell yourself a better story. And you're getting there. And it'll take more time. And we've got nothing but. Let's see. Just want to hit the pause button and point something out in what you said. Clear my mind to help myself. The real superpower is that you've always had the power to do so yourself. But it's okay to have a community that puts you in the headspace to get there. Yeah, to give you a place where you can kind of get your feet under you. I don't trust stairs. There's always up to something. Oh my gosh. Let's see. I got a book about black holes. Unfortunately, it sucked me in. It's not for you guys. I wouldn't have had the headspace, and that's one of the reasons to thank you. Well, you're welcome. Knock, knock. Who's there? No bell. No bell who? No bell, so I knock, knocked. Want a prize for that one? Nah. Mary Eve from India, Doc. Oh, caving out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And you are coming at an opportune time. My father's allergic to cotton. He has pills he can take, but he can't get them out of the bottle. Okay, that's funny. Okay, all right. All right. I've had all I can stand. I can't stand no more. All right, we're doing this. Where's my phone? Y'all seem to need to get something out of your systems. So we're going to do this. Where is it? Timer. I am giving you 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And for every pun, and you know, I'm gonna give you like about a minute to get your puns together, to start typing them in. I'm going to start the timer. And I will have a Bean Boozle Bean. I'm going to put it in my Bean Boozle Bean shot. Oh, that's 5 hours. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that would have been bad. Okay. Shh. I was wondering why they like. All right. So everybody, you know, start googling up bad puns, all of that. Okay, I'm gonna even give you a theme. I'm going to challenge you. What's the timer for? For 5 minutes. I'm going to okay. I'm gonna make you guys earn this one. I'm gonna make you earn this one. I am going to give you a topic, and you have to find a pun. I don't care if you Google it or whatever, you know, and then put it in the chat. And you will have 5 minutes to put your puns. And the topic, the magic word is... what will be the topic? What would be one that... see, I just looked over here. I saw Yoda. Oops, knocked over something. All right, in honor of Yoda, I want Star Wars puns. I want Star Wars puns. You will, go ahead, start Googling them up now. And I know you're just going to be cutting and pasting them in. I'm going to give you, in fact, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Okay, we're going to set this for 2 minutes. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to find the puns. They have to be related to Star Wars. They can be knock-knock jokes. They can be... Well, wait a minute, Jay. We got to let everybody go on. So hold off. And for every pun, I will be putting a Bean Boozle Bean into the cup, and we're going to do a Bean Boozle shot. Okay, well, since you're my mod, we'll put one in there for that. Okay. Oh, everybody looking it up? Everybody looking it up? So while we're waiting for the pundemonium, no, I'll put that in for myself. Pundemonium to start. We welcome in Kimmy Beans, who comes in with the southbound end of a northbound unicorn, and it's raining beans. Hallelujah. Hello, my dear. All right, so, you know, hold on, you know, so it is, we are going to, okay, because see, this way, you cannot say I didn't give you enough time to look for them. Okay, 45 seconds. In 45 seconds, we will start. And I will put a bean in for every pun, so get your copy and paste fingers ready. Ugh, why do I do this? The Bean Boozle Beans, why? Okay. Okay. We're down to, it starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Start. Dismiss. 3, 4, 5. All right. We're starting off. 5 minutes. Chewbacca. Let's see. I was on the pooper once, completely constipated. Safe to say the Force wasn't awakened. All right. What's a baseball player's least favorite Star Wars movie? The Empire Strikes Back. Good one. All right. Why did Anakin change his name to Skywalker? He couldn't stand the older one any longer. Oh, God. How do Ewoks communicate over long distances? With Ewok talkies. Jay, what is up with you? Jay keeps taking mine. All the Jedi went camping. Unfortunately, it was a Yoda camper. Oh my god. Bad, bad, bad. Yoda lay, hee-hoo, we will count yodeling. Why doesn't Yoda ever use email? Because he was preferred to send a forceful message. Ah! What do you call 5 Sith piled up on top of a lightsaber? A Sith kebab. Oh, this was such a mistake. What's a Jedi's favorite dessert? Obi-Wan cannoli. Okay, I gotta get for cannoli. What did Obi-Wan say to the rodeo? Use the horse, Luke. Ah, that's actually funny. Why did Anakin cross the road to get to the dark side? Like that one. Why do droids never have a good sense of humor? They lack protocol. Yes. What's Yoda's favorite type of car? A toy Yoda. Ah. Went to a witch for my fortune. All I got in return was a Jedi. Ah. I like that one. What do you call a pirate droid? R2D2. A pirate droid. R2D2. Okay, you know what? I'll put an extra bean for that one because of the fact that I had to reread it. What do you call Siths piled up on a lightsaber? A Sith kebab. Okay, second Sith kebab one. All right. Oops. 9. Wait a minute. What Admiral Akbar's favorite type of music? Trap music. What's trap music? I don't know, but it's a pun. Where do Sith Lords go shopping? The Dark Mall. Or what? No, I would guess that's supposed to be Darth Maul. Why is Yoda such a good gardener? Because he has a green thumb. True that. What do you call a Jedi in denial? Obi-Wan cannot be. Cool. What do you call a potato that is turned to the dark side? Darth Tater. Oh my god, I love the Darth Tater one. What's Darth's favorite game? Space Invaders. What's a Jedi's favorite type of rice? Kong rice. What's the most popular ice cream flavor on Kashyyyk? Wookiees and cream. Okay, that could have a couple of different meanings. Let's see. Why do droids never have a good sense of humor? They lack protocol. Okay, that's the second time for that one. A clone trooper walked into a pub and asked the barman, "Hey, have you seen my brother?" "I don't know," said the barman. "What does he look like?" Okay, that's definitely. What does Darth Vader's wife like doing at the farmer's market? The Imperial March. I like that one. That's a good fruit joke. Why did Padme call the Gungan polite? He held the door a Jar Jar. Oh, y'all are digging deep for these. Why did Yoda refuse to fight Count Dooku in the morning? Because coffee first. Doku, coffee. Okay, I like that one. What do you call a Jedi who loves bubble tea? Boba Fett! Okay, I put in 2 for Boba, because I love boba. Why did the Millennium Falcon arrive at the Rebel base late? It had to take an R2 detour. Very funny. What's Mace's part-time job? Window washer. Oh, wait, missed the bowl. There we go. Luke, I want you to have my car. I hope you weren't hoping for a toy Yoda. May the Porsche be with you. I like that one. Car jokes. Mark Hamill got featured as Master Chef. His initial voice line was, "Hello there." Nice, nice. Oh my god, this is gonna be bad. Oh, this is gonna be bad. All right, 40 seconds. 40 seconds. What do you call a female Mandalorian? A woman DeLorean. And you got timed out because you put in a link. But that's okay. I still read it. What do you call an invisible droid? C-3PO. Nice. What did Darth Vader say to the Emperor at the Star Wars auction? "What is thy bidding, my master?" Oops. 8, 7, 6, 5. Anybody got one more? 4, 3, 2. What is a Jedi's favorite Italian dish? Only one cannoli. And what do you call an evil procrastinator? Darth Later. Oh, this was bad. How many are in here? Hold on. I need to count. How many have we got here? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, oh God, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, oh God, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 43. What do you call a clone? Han Solo, Han Brolo, and better take a time. Okay. We included that last one because it was funny. Why? Why do I do this? You're gonna be burping dirty dishwater for days. Oh my God, I guarantee. And I don't have tea. I don't have tea. Oh, I've got matcha, but matcha may be too gentle for this. All right, the punishment. Hydrate. All right, for those of you who don't know, Bean Boozle beans are a type of jelly bean that can either be something good, like juicy pear, or something bad, like booger. It could be something good, like peach. It could be something bad, like barf. And I have the feeling this is going to be a shot glass full of nope. No tea bags. Oh no. Okay. All right. I haven't done this in so long, and when it's a while between times that I do that, and I just saw my car badge, got arrested, has potentially stolen it. What? Well, go take care of that. All right. Am I stalling? Yes, I am. Okay, we're gonna have to take this probably in 3 shots, probably, but YOLO! I am a boomer of my word. Oh, why the bad ones come out first? Oh, goodness. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. These are all bad ones. How could everyone be bad? Oh my God, I gotta get it down my throat. Don't be nasty. I know, that's what she said. Ah! Okay. It's gonna take 4. Oh. Vomit and birthday cake? That is wrong. That is wrong on so many levels. Arby, save me. Oh God, it's making my eyes water. No, vomit and birthday cake is not an amazing party. That is a bad party. That is a bad party. This because I gotta get it to swallow, but I can't. Again, stop being nasty. That's what she said. Oh my God. Oh, and there's no tea bag. It's like everyone is a new horrible combination of things. I have no idea what's going on in my mouth right now. Anybody says, "That what she said," I'm gonna flip this desk. Almost done. Come on. Actions have consequences. That's what you said. That's what they said. What the desk? Oh, that one had like 5 vomit in it. Oh, God. Last bit. How did a hot one get in there? Oh, my God. How did a hot one get in there? Oh, my God. How did a hot one get in there? Oh, God. I can't see the chat. I'll do it later. Oh my God. A Carolina Reaper got in there. Oh, why? Why? And there's a stink bug Carolina Reaper. No. No. This is not ASMR fun. Oh God, I gotta be able to swallow it because otherwise I'm gonna spit it out. Ah! Mm. I have mangoes. The mangoes are not helping that much. The mango's not helping as much as I hoped it would. Oh God, and I can't look at the picture of the goulash right now. Oh my God. Okay, we gotta close that window. Oh God, the goulash is making my stomach turn. Do not eat Bean Boozled Beans and look at a picture of goulash. Duck quote 2025. The mangoes are not helping as much as I hoped. Mm. 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 Uh, oh God, my eyes are sweating. Oh, why was that so bad? My eyes are literally sweating. Oh my God. Okay, let me put the glasses back on. Uh, oh, okay. Uh, that face, lol. Birthday party. That's what she said. That's what they said. Chant, flip the desk, flip the desk. All the doggy. Where's the straight? When you need. What do you mean, Marauder? You said it. You said it. You brought it into being. Oh, there will be retribution. Well, there we go. The champ. Glad I said something when I did. I guess I used it to make it. Oh my God, and it sticks to the inside of your mouth. Oh wow. I swear I have Jedi powers. I've done these are not the droids hand wave, and it worked. Never understand why people do this to themselves. All the ick. I'm sorry, Doc. No, you're not. Oh, guys, fixing your teeth. And now the other thing happens. Oh my gosh. I can feel it when I start to sweat. Sugar rush. No, no, no. I've still got time. But oh, it's worse when you burp. Oh, you taste everything. Mm. And yes, Dr. Haiku, why do I do this? Why? Because I am not the smartest of my parents' children. Uh, uh, I'm curious how you keep getting straight. It must be Jay since he sets this in motion. Uh, oh God. Uh, oh. And then I start to feel like this tingly sensation because that's when the sugar hits. Never give a lot of sugar to old people. We can't handle it. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of sugar to go into the system all at once. Anyway, um, my glass. I literally fogged up my glasses. The glasses are literally fogging up. Yeah. Oh, it made my nose run. Oh my God. Okay. I couldn't handle sugar even as a young person. Yes, it is a thing. Old people, I mean, the sugar gets straight across the blood-brain barrier and whew, it's like I'm having hot flashes. All right. He who laughs at himself never runs out of things to laugh at. Wise. Anyway. Oh, God. That was a poor choice I will not be repeating anytime soon. I won't say I'll never repeat it again. Again, not the smartest of my parents' children. But, ugh. At least it wasn't the little nitro gummy bear. After I ate that, I saw dead relatives. Anyway. Ugh. Tingling. All right, let's get this train back on the track here. And why? A random. Because, see, at one point, I dumped a bunch into the tin. And at one point, I had mixed some up, and I thought I had sorted them out, but apparently I did not. So, it's like a random hot one was in there. Uh, that's rough. That's rough. Okay. We've got a flash from the past, and we have Sam's flash from the past because she never told me. Okay, brain's not working. All right, flash from the past, childhood, teen years, young adult, older adult, and random weird photo. We will throw in one. Sam, are you still out there? Because you never told me which one you wanted. Oh, God, this is going to be bad. No, I don't need the goulash picture. No. Oh, oh, God. Looking at a goulash picture just is not a good idea after you've had all kinds of stuff like this in there. That is a bad idea. My kid had his first high school dance yesterday. What was life like for the doc? Englishing. Okay, so teen years, high school. All right. High school. Let's see. Let's look at high school. All right. So let's see. The first high school dance. Let me. Oh. Do. Okay. No, that was before high school. Okay. That was junior high. Okay. Alrighty. Here is a picture. I was on the high school swim team. And let's see. Hold on if I can. All right. High school swim team. I was sitting, this is me at the very end of the board. That is me. That is the doc. I think I was a freshman. I think I was a freshman when I first went onto the swim team. So, yes, this is me at the end of the swimming pool, at the end of the board in our group shot. of, there was our coach, Mr. Christensen, and that was me. Oh God. Uh, so yes, that was, what is going beep beep? Why are things going beep beep? Am I leaning on something? I don't know. Anyway, so yes, that was me. And okay, it stopped. I don't know. Let's see. So why am I hearing beep beeps? Or am I the only one hearing the beep beeps? Is it the sugar? I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Let's throw out one that oh gosh. Okay. Ugh, my brain is not working well. Let's do random weird photo. How about the first time I got my hair braided? There we go. This is the first time I got my hair braided, and it was, oh God, it was I can't remember. I can't think about my what my that was, yeah, there was the first time I got my hair braided. Oh God, I'm not thinking very clearly. Okay. And that was me. This is me before I got it braided, after I got my hair dyed green. All right. Something in Discord. Okay. Hold on. Oh gosh, we are having trouble focusing here. Where did I put Discord? Where's Discord? There's Discord. Let's see. Um, uh, what is Discord doing? I don't know. I think the beeps, I mean, were coming from Discord. Okay. I didn't post anything. Okay. uh, anyway. Okay, this is me on a lot of sugar all at once, and I may have to take a nap later. Um, but I'm supposed to go to a play later. I am in a new play. It's really cool. And I get to play someone very snarky and very condescending and very nasty and kind of on the toxic side, which is going to be an interesting thing for me because I do love playing different types of characters because I can play somebody who's very different from myself. But, and however, it's a play that's from the 1950s, and well, it was written back in the 1940s. It it was performed in the 1950s. It had Audrey Hepburn in the original movie, and and Shirley MacLaine and James Garner. Google them. Very brilliant. And it's very cool. And I play a woman named Aunt Lillian, who is an old actress who is very snarky. Fun fact: I was on the swim team in high school as well. Yes, yes, very cool. Fellow swimmer. Okay, my events were freestyle and backstroke. That's what she said. See, I said it first. Anyway, it was, because that was back in 1976. That picture was taken in 1976, and it really was very cool and very fun. And I joined the swim team because I was afraid of water, and I joined the swim team so I could get over being afraid of water. And I ending up on the varsity team. I was on the swim team for 3 years, and I went on the varsity team, and then I went on the badminton team, and was anybody else on the swim team? 100 back, 100 free, 50 free, 400-meter free relay. Yes. Oh my gosh. Fist bump, high five. There's nothing like learning how to do a backflip underwater without having water go up your nose. Oh my gosh, yes. That was rough. That was rough because when you're doing the backstroke and you're coming back and you touch the wall, then you have to curl and do a very weird kind of underwater turn where you have your feet against the wall and you go from right side up to upside down to right side up again, and then you have to push off the wall, and that is a very difficult thing to do. Anyway, oh gosh, okay, sugar. All right. Um, um, um. Anyway, it was a lot of fun being on the swim team, and actually, fun fact. I was the first black person to be on the swim team in the entire history of the school. So apparently that was like a big to do thing. And my younger brother was the first guy to be on the swim team because he joined the boys swim team later on. But I was the first person of color to be on the swim team. Yes, why am I talking about the swim team? I don't know. My brain is moving at about 500 miles an hour. Sugar. Anyway, it will definitely it Englishing. It will fade, but it is, I had the second fastest 50 split in the state my senior year. Fist bump, high five. Yes. Matcha. Anyway, which the matcha has caffeine in it, so it's kind of like counterproductive, but it's okay. It's okay. Don't panic. We're fine. All right. At some point, my eyes will close again. So, ah! Oh, the glory days. Panic! Don't panic. Or what is it? Calm down and carry on, or something. Stay calm and carry on. What is that saying? I don't know, but it's a saying. That and do not, and always remember your towel. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, awesome series. There was something about a towel and peanuts. Peanuts. Don't be nasty. Anyway, it is, what was that? Keep calm and carry on. Thank you, Jay. Yes, Jay helps me with things, especially when my brain's not working. Keep calm and carry on, which is a very important thing to be able to do, is to keep calm and carry on, because you got to stay calm, because freaking out does not help. Because usually it's like everybody else is freaking out around you. If everybody else is freaking out around you, the calm person is the one who's able to calm things down. Anyway, keep calm and carry on. Yes, absolutely. Anyway, so how are you? What are you up to? What are you up to on this Sunday? What is it that you want to accomplish this week? We should talk about that, because it's in my brain right now, wondering what it is that you want to accomplish this week, because we all have stuff we need to get done. We all have stuff we want to get done. And sometimes we need to get something done. Sometimes we want to get something done. Sometimes we need to get something done that we don't want to do. And those are the most important things to get done. Because when you have things that you don't want to do, or you don't want to face, first off, there's a reason that you don't want to face it. There's a reason you don't want to do it. But if you don't want to do it and you're putting it off, pretty much it's only going to get worse. So reset. Anyway, I just bought some Cajun chicken in the oven. Yes. Chicken is amazing. Chicken is wonderful. I grew up on chicken. I suppose fried chicken would be my favorite chicken. Barbecue chicken would be my second favorite chicken. And roasted chicken would be my third favorite chicken, as long as the skin's on it, because I don't care if that's the part that's the most unhealthy. I like the chicken skin. And when you have a chicken that has been roasting or frying or is fried or is barbecued, the chicken, the skin of the chicken, to me, is the best part. Not a big fan of, like the lighter meat, because to me it tends to be drier, as long as it's not cooked to the point where it's dry. Actually, Jay makes a pretty fine chicken parmesan. So anyway, okay. But chicken is a wonderful thing. What are we having with the chicken? Because you got to figure out what you're having with the chicken. And that is an important thing, because you've got to have your side dishes. Never underestimate the power of a good side dish. Stock quote, 2025. Vegetables. Alrighty. I would have to say, okay, if I had to figure out what is my favorite vegetable, I really would have to go with Brussels sprouts. But it's mostly Brussels sprouts depending on how they're cooked. If they're cooked like, if they're broiled or it's like, but to me, Brussels sprouts, and Brussels sprouts are a very highly underrated vegetable. But yeah, that would be, if I had to name a favorite vegetable, it would be Brussels sprout. I'd have a harder time saying a favorite fruit because there's a lot of different fruits and I love a lot of different types of fruits. But vegetables, hands down, favorite, final answer, Brussels sprouts. Although broccoli is very good too. And spaghetti squash is putting LMAO, Doc's Batman voice. What? What did I? Whoa, how was I clipped in Doc's Batman voice? Oh my gosh. Okay. Alrighty. Because I don't remember doing a Batman voice. Okay. What is the Batman?
Don't panic.
Okay, it does sound a little bit like a Batman voice. Don't panic. I'm Batman. Brussels sprouts equal fart wars. Batman mentioned. Oh, that one's going to TikTok. That one is definitely going to TikTok. Anyway, well, Brussels Englishing. Brussels sprouts are a cruciferous vegetable, and cruciferous vegetables tend to be a little bit on the producing side. Sugar. Anyway, so yes, it can build up the fragrance. I almost knocked over my matcha. Okay, all right. Starting to peak at the sugar thing. Ah, honey. That's why cow farts cause global warming. Question. Okay, question. If people want there to be less global warming, why would they go vegetarian? Because if you're eating the thing that causes the global warming, wouldn't that be a good thing? Question. Anyway, um, but the thing is, there have been cows for a really long time, and they've been farting for a really long time. But global warming wasn't happening that long ago. So how is it that the cow farts? And is it just cow farts? What about the giraffe farts? What about the wombat farts? What about the elephant farts? That's got to be a lot. That's got to be a very big fart, and you cannot tell me that elephants don't fart. And that's not just the sugar talking. I have serious questions about elephant flatulence. And I'm sure that if I put that in for a search, I would get all kinds of very nasty things that I would have to wipe my entire browser history in order to avoid. And I would probably see things that my brain cannot unsee. So I'm not going to research that, but elephant farts. What are they doing to global warming? I mean, and then there are people farts. So let's not just blame the cows. Can opener tequila. We will neither confirm nor deny that there is a story about the can opener and the tequila. I have not had enough sugar to be willing to tell that story. Yeah. You know, I just was not trusted around them. Oh my gosh, I spilled matcha all over myself. I just realized. Oh well. I can be trusted around a can opener now. Industrial emissions have a much greater impact, but also we only have an industrial amount of cattle because we eat it. So less meat equals consumption, less meat production. But I digress. I like meat too. I do too. Oh my gosh. Yesterday I wanted barbecued ribs so bad. Oh my goodness. Have you ever hit a moment where there was something that you wanted to have and you didn't have it, and it's just like it's all you could think about? I went through like a time yesterday. I ended up having a salad with sardines, which was very good for me, but Oh my gosh, I wanted ribs. I wanted dry rub ribs. And with just like maybe a little bit of you know, barbecue sauce on it. But Doc, you're being a monkey what on God's green earth is a monkey pup? What? Okay, that makes my brain hurt a little bit because I'm trying to make it make sense and it's not making sense in my head. I don't know what a monkey pup is. Can I Google it? What if I Google monkey pup? Hold on. Move that. Uh tab monkey pup. I'm gonna Google it and you can't stop me. Monkey pup, monkey puppet, monkey puppu, monkey puppy, mucky pup. Wait a minute. Is this what you're calling me? Is there is a monkey pup? What is that? I don't know what that is, but it has a T-shirt. It's got a T-shirt. I don't know, but there it is. Let's see. British term referring to a dirty or messy child, though it can also be humorously applied to a messy adult, according to Google AI. Okay. A British term referring to a dirty or messy child. I am a messy adult. I am a messy old person, which means that I can do anything I darn well please. Once you're past 60, there are fewer social requirements to you, and you can actually go out and do what you want and blame the fact that you're old. I have reached the top of the mountain, and I don't have to care what people think of me. Well, actually, I do because I have to keep my job. But other than that, I can be a mucky pup with mucky pup. Yes. Anyway, I can be a mucky pup, a mucky old pup, mokey pup. Anyway, I'll just be the old man yelling at clouds. Clouds. Yes, and I can be the old woman yelling at the old man yelling at clouds. What's wrong with you? Get a hobby. Yell at the lawn. Okay. All right. Starting to get brain cells back. Not all of them. I cannot believe I spilled matcha all over my shirt. What is that? What is? Oh, well. It's a thing. Yell at the cars. Yes, we can yell at cars. We can yell at whatever. It's all right. See the things I do for you folks. That's okay. Because, we it's about finding balance. It's about balancing the the stuff that's serious with the stuff that's not. Redeem flash from the past. Okay. You know the categories: childhood, young adult, or childhood, teen, young adult, older adult, random weird. Childhood. I think we need to start a culture of getting old people motorcycles after retirement. I think it'd be a win-win. Oh yeah. Get your motor running. Head out on the highway. Okay. Looking for adventure and whatever comes our way. Uh, make it happen. Take the world in a love embrace. Fire all of your guns at once and explode into space. Hey, born to be wild. Okay, let's see. Childhood, 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 chewy, chewy. Childhood. Okay. Let's see. Which one do we want to choose? Okay, here's one that actually has a date. This was taken with an old one of the Brownie cameras. Anybody who remembers Brownie cameras, you're old if you do remember them. And this was outside of our house living in Milpitas, and it was when I got my roller skates. I got roller skates that and it was, no, what was it? No, that was not when I got my roller skates because I'm wearing my coat, so it was fall. No, it was March. Why do I have the roller skates? I don't know, but we were having fun with it. Anyway, this was me, March 1967. The car behind me, the station wagon, you see the back of the station wagon, and of course the station wagon next door, because in the 1960s, everybody's parents had a station wagon. That was a 1963 Chevy Impala wagon, and it had the little door gate on the back, and there was like the back row of seats that faced backwards. And if you folded down all the seats, you could probably slide two smart cars into it, possibly two Mini Coopers, because those cars, and it was before the days of nobody used seat belts. So we used to do like scouting and stuff, and we got 32 girls into our Chevy Impala station wagon. I mean, at group rate Hearst. Oh my God. Make me choke on that one. But yes, I had my white socks, my button coat with the hood on it, and it was red. And I had a stick, and for some reason in my hand that I was playing baton with. But yes, this was me. You know, those first seats in the back were scary to think about now. I mean, that's true. But in those days, that was the fun part. You wanted to be able to sit in the back. And then there was this little space in between, and anybody who remembers the old station wagons, there was this little space in between where the back of the back seat was up and the back of the back forward facing seat was up, and it was like this little trough. And that was fun to sit in because you could sit in that and you could nap. So, but yeah, those were interesting times. And it's funny because people ask me, "Oh, it must have been amazing to grow up in the '60s." And to me, it's like I look back and it was just life. It was just, I mean, it wasn't, I mean, a lot of stuff happened, but we were young enough not to really grasp all of what was going on, in the grown-ups world. And there were some very serious things that happened in the grown-ups world. And we just were told, it was like, just go watch TV or go out. Usually it was go outside and play. And we knew if we were told to go outside and play, something big was going on in the grown-ups world. But the weird thing was we trusted that they would handle it. And we had faith in our grown-ups because we were never given any idea that we couldn't. It was like, okay, the grown-ups are going to take care of us, or they're going to take care of whatever's going on. So we had a chance to be children, which is something young people today don't really have a chance to do. They don't have a chance to be children. And that makes me a little bit sad because, I'm driving my bus and I hear kids having conversations who are in elementary school who are talking about things and stuff and concerns and worries that they shouldn't have in elementary school. They shouldn't have to worry about being safe going to school. And it really is. And I had a kid ask me, It's like, well, what if someone comes on the bus to try to take us off? And I said, nobody's getting on this bus to take you anywhere. The only place you're being taken is home, and that's by me. And, and kids who were concerned about the fact that, some, government agency could come and take them. And the kid who asked me, was very concerned. And I looked him in the face and I said, sweetie, this is like the magic school bus. Nobody gets on my bus without me saying so. You are going to be safe because I will make sure you're safe. I got this. I got you. And he looked at me and he just kind of smiled and he went and sat down. And he felt okay. And because I flat out told him, I said, no, the only place you're going is home. And in the morning, the only place you go is school. On this bus, you're safe. So, I love riding in the bed of the truck as a kid too. Oh my, it doesn't mean it was smart though. Oh, but I remember the days of riding in, you just dump a bunch of kids in the back of a truck. That was fun riding in the back of a pickup. I mean, today it would be ridiculous and nobody would do it and you don't see anybody doing it now. But back in the 60s, that was the thing. You threw a bunch of, and then the dad would be driving with the kid, one of the kids sitting in front of him holding on to the wheel. So, if you ever remember that, sitting in front of your dad, holding on to the wheel while you pretended you were driving. It's like, I loved riding in the back of the station wagon. Yeah, I remember laying on the back seat of my parents' minivan, early 90s, no seatbelt. They hit a deer on our way down the canyon. I went from the back to the front seat almost instantly. Luckily, nobody was hurt, though. I just busted the front end. Yeah, it is amazing what kind of damage a deer can do to the front of a vehicle. They made a law about the back of the truck after the early 90s. Yeah, I mean, and yes, it was definitely unsafe, but we did a lot of very unsafe things. Our playgrounds were not the nice little things that they are where everything's padded now. We had metal stuff implanted in concrete. I mean, and then they thought like the wood chips would save our lives if we ever fell on them. But we had it was, yeah, we had playgrounds. Let's see, are there any pictures of vintage playgrounds? They were like, it was almost like the adults were daring us to damage ourselves. They had the merry-go-round thing that was, you would get on it and you would, it's like the big kids would push it and the little kids would be holding on, and at some point one would get flung off. And it was like all we knew was that you couldn't mess up your good school pants or your good Sunday pants. Because if you were dressed in your good school outfit, you got in trouble if you messed it up. Okay, let's see. 1960s playgrounds. Let's see if we can get some of the images. Oh my gosh. Yes, okay. So as you can see, there is nothing. You ride on the swing. If that thing flung you off, you were falling on concrete. That was what I dealt with. Yes. Let's see. I mean, we had stuff you climbed on. Stuff like this. You notice, like, you're wearing slippers. And then it was seeing how high you could swing. Oh, this one was fun, where you had kids facing each other on this board, and again, nothing underneath to catch you. The merry-go-rounds. Climbing on stuff. Metal. This was metal put into concrete or put into, they had like big climbing things. The slide. Oh my gosh. going down a slide, which is a giant piece of metal that was heating up nicely in the summer sun. And, it's like it was a rookie move if you wore short pants or shorts on the slide because you knew you were going to end up getting like a friction burn. So, yes. Seesaws. Oh, the trap where either you get somebody and they're bigger than the other kid and then you jump off and the other kid slams down, or you put a little kid on one end and you put the biggest kid in the yard onto the other side and you see if you can launch them. Yes, merry-go-rounds. So these were the kind of things. These are not safe. Look at this. Look at that. That is not safe. We did a lot of things that were not safe. But somehow we survived. The jungle gym is now all in one with safe spaces. Yes, boy, I feel sorry for the kids living in that now. Very padded world. The metal slides you could the metal slides you could cook an egg on, and Lord help you if the metal had a gash or a ding in it. Yes. Oh my gosh. The slide in summer. I don't remember what it was called. We had logs that were staggered on either side of metal poles, concrete at the bottom. We used to use that as our tower to play King of the Hill. Yes, I was 8 feet and we were trying to push each other off of it. I remember those. Yes, it's like different heights. So, it's like you had to climb up on it and then you were going to different things, or like a balance beam type of thing. But yes, yes, the old days of the. I mean, part of me goes, it's like, okay, I would feel much safer as a parent. Ugh, Englishing. I would feel much safer as a parent now when it came to playgrounds than, but I mean, we didn't think about it being dangerous because it was always assumed, well, yeah, you could break your arm. You could go home with a great big old goose egg bump on your head. You could, get like this close to putting your eye out on something. We threw dirt clogs at each other. It was a thing. We had a rocket ship with a big metal slide. Yes. And that metal slide, like I said, the metal slide heating up nicely in the sun. Oh my gosh. Okay, this was a thing. This was a thing that we had. Let's see, where is it? This was like, basically it was just wrought iron. And you climbed on it. And as you notice, it's like there was like little knobs or something, but overall this was just metal. And you would flip around it, and and also, oh my god, look at that little boy. That little boy's looking up that girl's skirt. What the heck? That is little horn dog. Anyway, but yeah, we had just metal on top of metal. Oh my god, that was the exact merry-go-round that was in the playground near my house. That exact one with the red and blue paint. Oh my goodness. Yeah, oh, look at this, giant truck tires. Cuz you made something out of anything. We didn't have anything like that. Oh my. Oh, that was the one that was like a rocket. It was this one like the one you had. They took most of the sand away and put in rubber. Yep, we didn't have the cool nice stuff. And if you got knocked off one of these things, yeah, we had one of these. If you got knocked off one and you got hurt, it was like, well, you took your chances being at the playground. Those were the chances you took. But now, it's very padded and very very nice. And yeah, I mean, and I guess that's a good thing. It's just that there was a certain level of nostalgia. It's like, we would ride down the street and it was just considered normal that somebody was going to get their arm broken at some point. They were going to fall off their bike. They were going to ride their bike into something. My sister rode, when she was first learning to ride a bike, she rode her bike straight into a car. And in those days, it was like, I mean, yeah, she dinged the car a little bit, but the owner came out and it's like, oh gosh, okay, don't worry about it. They didn't, it wasn't considered a big thing. Oh, your child damaged my car and I'm going to sue. It's like, your kid hit my car. Oh, well. And, we just took for granted that, the lives we led making a go kart and then running it down whatever sloped street you had. And, if you lived on a dead end street, it was like the end of that street was always filled with children doing something they had no business. And that was back in the days when you could get fireworks. I'm sure it was changed more because of lawsuits more than anything. People were suit crazy in the 90s. Yeah, it was before then. Things were mostly settled in between, like, neighbor issues, you settled between neighbors. But, it wasn't about, going lawsuit crazy. But, in a way, it's good because, in some cases you needed accountability. Um, but the old days of, kids playing baseball on the street, somebody hitting the ball and it going through one of the neighbor's windows, that was not considered like, well, you're going to go after the parents. Usually the parents of the kid would, they go, it was like, hey, my kid broke your window and he's going to work, maybe at the most, the kid, if it looked like he did it on purpose, the kid would have to work for that person, like mowing their lawn through the summer or, doing yard work for them. And that was how it was compensated. It's like, well, it's going to cost. And back in those days, it didn't cost as much as it costs now. Back in those days, it was like, oh, okay, well, have your kid work for me, once a week during the summer. They've got to come and mow my lawn or rake my leaves or whatever. Let's see. Especially in public places, but some of the most fun stuff is inherently dangerous. Yes. I mean, we had pogo sticks and we had stilts and yes, the occasional go-kart. And, it was like being a kid meant doing stuff that was dangerous because that was all we had. We didn't have video games. We didn't have, anything to do inside. You either in the town where I did most of my growing up, you either did something that was potentially dangerous, went to the library, or went to the high school pool that was open during the summer and you could go and swim for 4 hours for 25 cents. So, yeah, I remember the recklessness of childhood and wondering how we survived before now when it smells like hand sanitizer, looks like a clean house because kids aren't outside being in danger anymore. Sarcasm. Yes. It was a different time. And, basically it's like, look, just, anybody else gets sent away during the summer as a child. It's like, look, just go out. And you came back at lunchtime and then you went out again because I have the feeling our moms, because, growing up in the 60s meant mom was usually at home. I think our moms just got tired and said, he's like, you know what, just stay out there because then they had quiet. They could catch up with things. They could sit down. They could have coffee with a neighbor, because they would usually spend most of the morning doing some cleaning. We had our cleaning to do. But then once our cleaning was done, like, we had to clean our rooms, do our laundry. I mean, I grew up in a house where it was like, no, this is not a hotel. And as soon as we were old enough to be able to use it, we did our own laundry. We had days of the week where we would do our laundry. We were in charge of, washing our own bedding. We had to change out the sheets, every week and wash out the old sheets. And then, we were each in charge of one meal a week. Once we got to the point where we were old enough to be able to cook, we were in charge of cooking a meal a week. And we did dishes. So there were chores. There were a lot of chores, but we still had a lot of fun. We still had time where we could sit out and run in the sprinkler, and then dry off by laying out in the sun and looking at the clouds and seeing what we thought that they looked like, going down by the railroad tracks, and catching lizards, and going down to the high school pool with our little 25 cents so we can go and get 4 hours swimming in the pool. Let's see. But everyone has a different risk tolerance, but it's important to note that just getting out of bed has some risk to it. Exactly. So we all have it. We were out until the street lights turned on. Yes. Do you know where it's 10 o'clock? Do you know where your child is? That was, I believe it was like in the late 70s, early 80s was a campaign, because it was the idea of, because it was before cell phones, and teenagers would go out and get into trouble. So it was like, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your child is? But yes, by the time the street lights turned on, that was, you got to get going home. For being a kid in the late 80s, early 90s, a lot of our parents still had that don't be a wuss mentality. We did a lot of dumb things, even if we didn't necessarily want to. I learned a ton, though, yep. I think my dumbest move as a kid was sledding down a big hill with trees. Because our parents were in the 60s and 70s, yep. We were the ones that thought, well, if I jump off the roof holding an umbrella, it'll probably save me. Yes, we had kids who decided that they would jump off the roof holding an umbrella. And they had a great story when they got back from the emergency room with their leg in a cast or their arm in a cast. So, but hey, broken bone meant you got to have everybody sign. Kids weren't that afraid of breaking a bone because, yeah, it would hurt. But once you were done, you got to have everybody in the class sign it. You had, it's like if a kid had a broken leg or a broken ankle, they got their lunch brought to them. So, it was, in spite of the initial pain, the payoff was considered really good. If you broke your arm and it was your dominant arm, you got somebody to write out your assignments for you. Just saying. And they left casts on for way longer than they probably should have. But yeah, we did a lot of things. The rectangular lunch lady pizzas, walking tacos, surprise burger. Anybody else remember the surprise burger? Can I Google surprise burger? Hold on. Vintage school lunch surprise burger. Do they have? I am curious. No, none of those. I mean, oh my gosh, yes, they do have the surprise burger. Oh my god. Hold on. Okay, y'all. This was a part of our school lunch. This was the surprise burger. And this was something that was actually, I don't know who originally invented it. Basically, it was ground beef with like some rice and vegetables inside. I mean, basically, it was like a meat pie. I don't know how many of you remember the surprise burger, because that was oh my gosh. Yep, surprise burgers. I don't even know how they made them, but it was a thing. That was a thing. It was basically a ball of dough with meat inside. Yep. That was the surprise burger. I'm hungry now. Oh, there's a cool video done on toxic nostalgia by the channel Some More News about how things used to be. It's important to remember it wasn't always as good as our memories remember it. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is that it all depends on the perspective, because I know of people who would have like said it like, "Oh my gosh, drinking water out of a hose, that's ridiculous. That's horrible. That's this." It's, because it's almost like it's subjective. People who grew up with, maybe not so much. And it's like, yeah, your mom had to know 100 different ways to cook hamburger, because at that time hamburger was the least, almost the least expensive meat you could get, was ground beef. And you could get, when I was a kid, you could probably get like, a pound for just over $1. And it was the way that a lot of us ate. My mom, she used to get, like, you could buy chicken skin from the butcher, and just get straight up chicken skin, and she would fry that, and that would be something. And she'd make some rice and she would put that over it, and it was, we thought of it as a treat. It was amazing. But I know my mom was having, I mean, she had four very healthy eaters when I was little, and she had to figure out a way. And the thing is, I never thought of us as poor, because, we would, we ate what we believed was really good food. I mean, meatloaf, and oh, when Hamburger Helper came out, that was a big thing. And I guess it is, in thinking, because there were the hard things about living in that time, but while we were living it, the hard stuff was a part of life, and we had it drilled into us. It's like, well, yeah, yeah, there's good times and bad times. So we were told and shown that, it's like, hey, tough times don't last, tough people do. Suck it up, move forward. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and start all over again. So the mindset that we had in those days, because looking back now, there was a lot of stuff. It's like, oh my God, that is so wrong, and the racism and all of that stuff. And I lived it. Being a little brown child, it just meant that a part of my world was having that special word screamed at me from a moving car by adults while I was a child. And, being judged, and being in situations where it was like, what, you just keep your head down. Somebody calls you a name, you just keep walking. You don't react, because you did not have people to support you around you. You were probably on your own. So it wasn't about, oh, what did you call me? No. But in a weird way, it was like, no, this is a part of our life. So you just go with it. We didn't, government cheese. Yes, government cheese was the best mac and cheese making stuff. Liquid gold. Exactly. So, it really is, because, when I look back, and I look back at some of the movies that we watched, and the TV shows, and the toys that we played with, and all that stuff, it's like, oh my God, there was so much that was toxic in that. There was so much, when we gauge it by the standard of today. Back then, it's just what it was. We didn't take that much personally, because it was just a thing. It was a part of our world, and the cool stuff and the not so cool stuff. It was like, well, that's just how some people are. That's how they roll. So, but it would be interesting to, to see that. And Dr. Haiku, if you could put that link for the show, if you have it, put it over in Discord, under like book, game, movie recommendations. If you could put that there, that would be very cool. Let's see. It's also important in our personal lives not to be stuck in a place of if only about past mistakes or life choices. Exactly. You know, oh God, if what was the saying? If something and wishes were if if something, and wishes were not if wishes were horses, beggars were wide. Okay. Uh, Not if wishes were horses. Uh, oh, okay. If wishes and butts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a very fine Christmas. I always like that phrase. If wishes and butts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a very fine Christmas. I like that because they aren't, and they won't be. I think that goes to show that on some level, even our parents understood Maslow's hierarchy of need. If you had a full belly and a safe place to live and a sense of love and belonging, those things they can provide, even in tough circumstances, none of that mattered to a child. Just an interesting observation. Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I'd be very interested in seeing that. Making a bagel with cream cheese. Ooh, with a tomato. Nice. Oops, put it in the wrong place, but it's in book movie channel. Yes. Oh, toxicness. And see, I like this guy, the Some More News guy. So definitely go and check that. Toxicness, some news. There is, oh, what was it? There was a video about, oh, let me see. Hold on. Okay, it was a YouTube video explaining. Nope, I misspelled explaining real bad. In the 60s to middle school students. Let's see. I'm trying to think, where is video? There was a video on, it's like not the civil rights, it's like they changed the world. 13 things from the 1960s today we'll never understand. Uh, I mean, it was a funny video because it's like, oh well, do you want a drink? And the kids are going, yeah, where's the bottled water? It's like, no, we went outside and drank out of the hose, and the kids had this horrified look on their face, like, you drank out of the garden hose? Yeah, we drank out of the garden hose. And it's like, oh, you want to make a call? And they handed them a rotary phone. They're like, what's this? What's this? Explaining the 60s. Okay. 60s to children. 20 things, rebellion. 20 dangerous kids totally ignored in the 60s and 70s. I'll see if I can find it and I'll put it into, but it was just hilarious looking at the things that the kids would, it's like that would horrify children to this day. And we're like, it's what we grew up with, including jello molds that have the spaghettios and Vienna sausage. Yes. The jello molds. Oh my god, the jello molds. Everybody had a jello mold. Where are they? Jello molds. Savory. Oh, yes. Let's see. Let me see if I can, because I know it makes Asta very uncomfortable. Savory jello molds from the 60s. Okay. Something like this that has eggs and shrimp in it. These were the types of things we ate. Everybody had Jello molds. This has got mayonnaise in it. There it is, the Spaghetti-O Jello mold. I have it in a cookbook, yes. All the ick. Now we know my dog doesn't mind the beans. Yes, this is the type of stuff I ate. Everything, and it was like green Jello mold. Lime cheese salad. Okay, those are from the 1950s. Those pimento olives in Jello. But yes, everybody had the Jello molds. There we go. Oh, look at this one. There you go. There you go. It's got ham in it. It's got eggs in it. It's got potato in it. It's got pickles in it. Hello. Yes. Yes. That's it. That's it. There we go. Yes. Now, Jay, did your mom ever make that?
No.
No.
Thank God.
Oh my God, we have to make that.
Absolutely not.
You have the recipe. We have to make it.
I'm not ruining SpaghettiOs.
What? What do you mean, ruin SpaghettiOs?
I'm not ruining SpaghettiOs.
You're not worried.
Childhood.
You're not worried about ruining the Jello?
The hell with Jello? I don't want to ruin SpaghettiOs.
I did love the Vienna sausages, though. Yes. See, you wonder why I don't mind beans. Why I can tolerate it. It's like, this is the kind of stuff that I grew up with. There we go. Where you have Jello with all kinds of stuff. Shrimp and Jello. Oh my gosh. Jello and casseroles. Casseroles were a very big thing. Oh my gosh. This was, I mean, Jello with meat. Oh, this was a thing. These were things that were a part of my childhood. So yes, and the thing is, back in those days, you didn't get to question your food. It wasn't, oh, I don't like that. Save the SpaghettiOs. Jay, but we need to make that. It's necessary. Oh my gosh, it is a necessary thing. We've got to get the Vienna sausages. Hey, they say everything, everything tastes great when it sits on a Ritz, and there's always room for Jello. That was the saying with Jello. There's always room for Jello, even if it's savory. So, yeah. So you wonder why I have such an adventurous palate, because it's like from childhood, when it came to eating, we were trained like Spartans. There was no questions asked. If it was put in front of you, you ate it. Chitlins. Chitlins. Okay. Chitlins were a food. First off, if anybody knows what, well, put it on a Ritz and it still tastes like shiza. Chitlins was something, this was a dish that was made, and it's pig intestines. And you literally boiled the poop out of them, and then you cooked them. And it was something that, you could put it in a stew, you could fry them. But yeah, these are pig intestines. And this was something that we ate, and you did not question it. I grew up in a household where if you liked it, don't ask questions. If you don't like it, you had to eat at least half, but you still didn't ask questions, because if you didn't like it and you asked questions, those questions were going to ruin your ability to eat half of it. We usually didn't get stuff explained to us. It's like, what's this? Food. And that was all we got. Ooh, found a good one. Bit of context for where we are now in the conversation, but thinking about what Emerald was saying earlier. Ooh. Accept the things which to which fate binds you and love the people who with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. Oh, I like that. Put that over in inspiring thoughts. Accept the things to which fate binds you and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. Oh, I like that. That is neat. That is very cool. And really it's about when, there's a Zen Buddhist saying that when you have learned to love hell, you will always be in heaven. And for me, it's, when you learn to accept, you don't have to like what you're going through at all. And if you can learn to tell yourself, I can tolerate this until it passes because I know it will pass. I know this is not how it's always going to be. So I am going to accept it because, it's in my life. It has come into my world and I've got to deal with it, but I know I can outlast it. It's not stronger than me, and I can outlast whatever it is that comes in because I know that one day it's going to be over and things are going to be really good again. So being able to, accept what comes into our life, because we can't control that. We can only control how we respond to it. And love the people with whom fate brings you together. That, when you find your community, and it's not like people aren't going to get into disagreements. We've had plenty of disagreements on the stream between people. But the thing is that folks realize that a difference of opinion does not mean they don't have anything in common. And sometimes it's just a matter of hearing out someone's perspective from a place of, okay, I understand I'm not required to agree with this person. And this is something that I did learn over time. I can hear anybody out because I know I'm not required to agree with them. I can hear what they have to say, and I can walk away with my own opinions still intact. Or just maybe hearing their opinion gives me something to think about, a perspective that I didn't see. And even if it's like, well, I can understand from their perspective why they feel that way, and that they've got the right to feel that way. It doesn't affect me. I've got a right to everybody's opinion, but I don't have an obligation to it. Everybody has a right to my opinion, but they don't have an obligation to it. So being able to, just accept that, we're going to have stuff we have in common. We're going to have stuff we agree on, and we're going to have stuff that we don't. And that's okay. It doesn't have to be about making someone wrong or changing someone's mind. It is about being able to accept that, people are going to have different opinions. And even though that it can include Jello molds, savory Jello. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can find a good one. It's like, let's see. What would be? Oh my gosh. I think this one has. Oh, that one has sardines in it, I think. But, it really doesn't matter, because if somebody feels about something differently than the way you feel, first off, there's a particular reason they feel that way. Just like there's a reason you feel the way you do about things. And understanding that none of us really have the full picture of what someone's life experience was that shaped part of their perception. And we don't have to know. And we can also respect that somebody views things differently. And that's one of the really cool things about, this community, is that, there have been things that people fundamentally disagree on, And yet they still find the common ground to be able to say, it's like, well, I see it differently, but we'll agree to disagree. And I like that phrase, agree to disagree, because that means you've agreed on something. You've agreed that there's something else you can talk about. That, you can agree that everybody likes me torturing myself with bean boozle beans. We all view life through our own lenses. Exactly. Ding, ding, ding. 100%. And it's not about telling somebody their lens is wrong because it's different from yours. And I have found that one of the best ways to de escalate a situation, especially if it's a discussion about things that people are opposed to, is to look at that person and respectfully say, I really don't understand why you feel the way you do, but I would like to try. Can you explain it to me? And I have gone into situations where, it's like family get togethers and people would be, and I just walk in and, it's like, I really don't understand why you feel the way you do, but I really want to. Can you explain it? And they immediately, as soon as, they don't feel defensive, because I'm telling them, it's like, I don't understand, but I'd like to understand your perspective. And to invite them, and then they go, well, they've calmed down. Their brain switches from right brain to left brain. And they explain it. And I've had people explain stuff, and I listen to them, and they get quiet, and I don't make them defend anything. I don't, well, what about, and I just listen. And then when they're done, I go, well, thank you, you've given me something to think about. And it is amazing how people will de-escalate. And that was one of the things, after my husband and I split up, his family, they kept wanting me to come to things like family dinners and stuff like that, because they said, well, everybody behaves when you're around. And we know that when you walk in and you talk to somebody, and either that or, somebody will be going through something, and, and I'll say, well, you want to talk, let's go sit somewhere a little bit quieter, and we can talk. And I will sit and I will go through like almost everybody in the family, and they'll be saying, it's like, it's like, wow, it seems like you're really under a lot of pressure, and it seems like you've got a lot on your mind. Is everything okay? Well, no, actually it's not. And then they start explaining to me all the stuff that's going on, and I don't make them wrong, I don't make them right. Because see, there's also that tendency to want to, oh, well, you're totally justified in what you feel. Because I don't want to go in that direction either, because then they're going to go out and say, well, she agreed with me, she said I'm right. No. I said, well, I can see how that can be really upsetting, and I'm really sorry you're going through it. I know you've got a really full plate, and in most cases that kids, it's like, and with the kids, oh my God, just trying to keep up with them and all of that. So I see how that can be really hard, and it can be really hard to hear that someone doesn't understand because they haven't listened to you. Yeah, that's right, all I wanted to do was have them listen to me. It's like, well, yeah, it's hard when people don't listen, because it feels like they're not giving you that respect that you should have. And like I said, it was very funny because, the right after our marriage ended, and, he had somebody else. I stayed away at first because I wanted her to have a chance to establish the relationship with them. Because if she was there and I was there, it was going to be comparisons, and there were a lot of people who weren't happy about it. So I stayed away for a bit because I wanted her to have the chance to establish the relationship. And it was like, well, we don't want to like her because she's not you. I said, she's never going to be me. So if you're going to like her or dislike her, do it for herself, not for me. You don't need to like or dislike anybody for me. It does not make me feel better. But you will give her the respect as his chosen wife, because I know what it means to be in that position. So if you need to just give her basic respect because she's his wife. She's the one he chose. Well, we didn't want him to choose anybody but you. And give her that respect. I said, because I did not get it automatically. And so, some of them were kind of, there was a whole story behind that. So, and they were very surprised that I did that I would offer that compassion to her. But, to me, it was only right. And it wasn't right to resent her because she wasn't me. Because she came in. I mean, my contract, I believe very strongly in spiritual contracts. My contract with him ended. And for whatever reason. And his contract with her began. I mean, there was an overlap. Wasn't too crazy about that, but, that's how it was. But I know what it was meant to not be accepted. And I didn't want anybody else to ever experience that. So, and then when I started coming back, when I felt it was okay, and I started coming back into, family interaction, and everybody was so happy to see me. But it was funny because it became that thing of, it's like, oh, great. And it was funny because his wife, she said, oh my God, I'm so glad you're here. And I said, really? And I had explained to her that I said, well, I'm not staying away because of you. I want you to understand that. I'm pulling back because I want you to have the chance to establish your relationship with them on your own. And, and she appreciated that, but she said, I'm so glad you're here. So, and, when I walked in and I saw her, she came up to me. I gave her a big hug. I said, hi, we laughed together, and everybody's like, wait a minute, what's wrong with this? I mean, I could see the brains exploding because that was not the relationship that they believed that the ex-wife and the new wife should have. It was always like this, at best, tight-lipped smile from, as you walk in, and then you avoid each other. And, so, people, and they would say, it's like, this is crazy. I said, but does it surprise you? I said, you know me. Does this surprise you? And they looked at me and they said, no, it doesn't. You were always more kind than any of us were capable of being. And so, I went back to hearing problems, and, it's like, okay, come on, let's talk. Let's, it's like, can I talk to you? Let's, why don't we step outside for a few minutes? And then when they came back in, they were fine. And then, somebody else would come up and say, oh, can I talk to you? Sure, come on. So there is a part of that is, it was kind of nice to not have that responsibility, but it wasn't anything I resented. I love them all dearly. The most precious gift we can offer anyone is our attention. Exactly. I spent some hours, I am sweating. Oh my God. I spent some hours speaking with a homeless man. And we were walking along, and we ended up walking together, and we ended up talking for a very long time. And he said that the worst thing about being homeless wasn't the cold. It wasn't the hunger. It wasn't the smell. He said it wasn't even the scorn of people. Because if somebody walked past and said something like, get a job or whatever, he said that wasn't the worst. The worst thing was when people would look as if you're not there. That they would walk by and not even acknowledge that you're there. And after a while, you start to question whether or not you exist. He said that was the worst thing. was to no longer exist. And being the communal creatures we are pack animals. And so many cultures have as one of their big punishments was shunning or banishment. You were no longer a part of the community. You were outside of it. And I was very touched by that, that he told me that that was one of to him that was one of the worst aspects, was that you no longer exist. If you say something to someone, even if you're just saying have a nice day, he said that, he had told people have a nice day and they just walk past and not even acknowledge that he had spoken. So he was the fact that I had spent that much time with him. He said that that was the most human contact that he had had in over 2 years. And I thought that was so sad. So, I mean, his name was Andy. And he was, and it was funny because I was, every year I would go down to the beach. And I'd wear like, an old, kind of an old jacket. And I'd walk along and, because in a way I wanted that anonymity. And I was walking along and I saw a pigeon in the road. It had been hit by a car, but it was alive. It just couldn't fly. And so I went out and I picked it up and I'm holding this pigeon and I'm petting it. And, it's like, it was, the wing was bleeding a little bit, but I think it just needed to rest. So I'm walking along and this homeless person comes up to me and he looks at me and goes, "You're the pigeon shaman." And I kind of I was like, I smiled. And later on, he told me that he had had a dream about a pigeon shaman who was magical and who would talk to him. And, so I'm walking along and he's kind of like making conversation. And, after a little bit, he goes, "Well, I guess, I don't want to bother you anymore." And so I turned around as he was walking away and I said, "Would you like to walk with me?" And he turned around and the look on his face, it was almost like he was ready to cry. And so he comes up next to me and he had some mental illness and, sometimes he would say things and it was almost like he was testing me to see if I would reach the point where it was like, okay, you're too weird for me. But I didn't. And, so we walked along and I let him talk. And he explained about things and he believed that, he said he had worked for an organization related to the government and he knew things and they gave him something that made him crazy. And now he can't remember the things that he needed to do and all of that. But it was like, the whole conspiracy thing, which I can't say was true or not true. And so we spent hours just walking along. And at one point we were sitting on a bench and the sun was starting to go down. And, and I said, "Well," and he kept reaching over and petting the pigeon in my hand, who I called Albert. I named the pigeon Albert after my father. And so I was getting up to leave and he kind of looked down and I took Albert and I put him in his hands. And he looked up and he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm going to go. It's time for me to go. So you take care of Albert now." And he looked up at me as tears welled up in his eyes. And he said, "I can't take care of myself. If you give him to me, I can't take care of him and he's going to die." And I said, "He needs you. And it's been a long time since you've been needed." I said, "And if he dies, he will leave this world knowing that he was loved." And he kind of looked down and, he pulled Albert close to him. And the funniest thing was he looked at me and he said, "Are you an angel?" And I looked back at him and I said, "Are you?" And he said, "No." I said, "How do you know?" And he kind of looked at me weird. And I turned around and I walked away and he stayed there on that bench. And I had been back to that part of, the beach, and I never saw him. I hope that he and Albert found a good home. But that was the amount of time that we had. And if I had chosen to walk an hour later, or, I mean, the pigeon wouldn't have been there, which meant he wouldn't have approached me. So I gave up believing in coincidence a long time ago. The Entropy Cat, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's okay. Let's scroll back. Boomer rant over. Let's see. I've never understood why it should be baked in the cake that an ex needs to have a negativity towards someone's new partner. I mean, it really is. I think that when there is a lack of acceptance that everything has a lifespan. I say people are in our lives for a reason, a season, or a lifetime, but we don't know which. I already knew, and maybe because I I was actually given a warning 10 years earlier. I had a premonition, and I heard something in my mind saying you will be married for 10 years but not for 20. Or no, you would be married for 20 years but not for 21. And that would come back. And he asked to leave our marriage when it was 2 weeks before our 20th wedding anniversary. So I was married for 20 years, but not 21. And maybe because I had a heads up on it, maybe because I had done a lot of work and thought and meditation, and my life had gone into a direction of indigenous spirituality and druidic tradition, which is about accepting that everything is temporary. So, and the thing is, I didn't blame her. It was about choices. It was about we couldn't be together anymore because if we tried to save the marriage, we would have killed our friendship. So we ended the marriage. Our friendship was able to continue, but it was just I was free to be able to become who I was meant to be, because if I was still married, I would not be here. And he was able to be free to have his world be a more comfortable place. My world was getting bigger. He wanted his world to become smaller and more condensed and safer. So we both ended up with what we needed, even though it was a very difficult, and there was a lot of pain to it. But, it's about releasing attachments. My ex's spouse is a nice enough guy. I have no reason to dislike him. That being said, he's not my best bud by any measure, but I feel no obligation to dislike him. Yeah. But, like, wouldn't a homeless guy talk to another homeless guy walking in the street? As far as I saw, homeless people get more social interaction than me because they're always talking, sharing stuff, trading, etc. Yeah. Well, it's different from being within that community as being outside of it. It's like being acknowledged by somebody else who's invisible, as opposed to being acknowledged by someone who is visible. So it's almost like this subculture. But I see what you're saying, that they do have their own subculture. They do have their own way of protecting each other. When it's like when they sleep and finding places where other people who are homeless are sleeping. That way, if somebody comes up to harm them because they don't think they're human, they have taken away their humanity, then they sometimes protect each other, and other times they'll just say, well, you're on your own. So there's kind of both aspects to the subculture, which I do not understand totally. And in speaking to people who live that, it's like, and they come to that for a lot of different reasons. Most of them weren't always like that. Their lives weren't always like that. And being able to have the rest of us be able to look at them and see humanity, that was a big thing for them. Compassion and tolerance are not a sign of weakness, but a sign of strength. Dalai Lama. Kindness is a language which the deaf can hear and the blind can see. Mark Twain. Exactly. It's interesting, amazing. Why not having a screen in your face or being worried about what others think about you can do to you? In some regards, all of our modern perspective on how bad things are, once you're comfortable at the bottom, the only place is to go up, and suddenly life is more optimistic. Yeah. It's also important to let your ego know that most of us are only 9 missed meals away from some of our darkest impulses. That is absolutely true. That is 100% true. You know what? There was a saying when I was growing up that it was like, there but for the grace of God go I. And what that meant was that you know I am blessed with circumstances in my life that allow me to not be there, yet how much would it take? Supposedly most people are 3 paychecks away from being homeless. And that's a very difficult thing to have to deal with. And for whatever reason, and I know there's a lot of different discussion around the mechanism of that, but the idea of what we would be if we didn't have what we have. And in some cases I've spoken to people who they had been a part of, okay, back in the 1980s there was this whole boom in California, the Silicon Valley, and it was there everybody was a millionaire on paper, and there was initial public offerings and stock options and new startups, and the whole computer thing and everything, and all of these tech companies, and they were selling stock, and those stocks were worth millions. And that's why it was the famous saying, oh yeah, I'm a millionaire on paper. And then all of a sudden the bubble burst, and it was the crash of the industries and the Silicon Valley and the technology. And all of a sudden everybody who was a millionaire on paper, it meant nothing. Companies folded, so those stock options meant nothing. And there were a lot of people who created lifestyles based on what they believed that they were going to get at some point. But the thing is, they were living outside of their means. So they had built up these big lifestyles that could not be maintained once the promise of that money was gone. So being able to consider, it's like, okay, it's good if things are going well, but always figure that things could go badly at any time. Things could go completely off the rails at any time. And the best thing we could do is, what we used to say is, hope for the best and plan for the worst. Which, it wasn't about being pessimistic. It's like, yeah, you keep your mind on the fact that, oh, yes, all these wonderful things could happen, but also some really bad things could happen. I could lose. And if you set your life up that in case of a worst case scenario, you have a plan that you can bring in, okay, that's the way to go. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. Yeah. We were always taught that stealing is bad, for instance, but can I condemn a hungry person for stealing bread from a multi-million-dollar company? Yeah, there's a lot of blurred lines there. Not saying that's a good place for society to be, but that's a red flag on our social safety nets. Well, and I think that it's important to go through times like that because of the fact that's when we learn. We learn a lot, and the ones who are learning the most are our young people. The kids who I have on my bus. They're observing because they're going to be the leaders one day. This world will belong to them. And as they watch what's going on, as they're aware of what's going on in the world, as they have opinions about what's going on in the world. And believe me, there's a large variety of opinions. And I'm actually very happy about what I'm hearing because I'm hearing discussion, I'm hearing debate, I'm hearing young people expressing opposing opinions, but they're not taking it personally. They're debating. And I like that. I like that young people know how to, argue a point and not get all wrapped up in it. And I'll tell them, I said, I really love how you guys are debating this topic. You're showing a lot of maturity. And by me saying that, they're like, oh, okay, we're being mature. We're being mature. And I said, there's a lot of adults who can't talk about something from two different points without getting upset and without, wanting to hit each other. I said, you guys are able to do that. I said, that's why I know the world's going to be in very good hands when it belongs to you. And they're like, the world's going to belong to us? I said, yeah, one day. One day you'll be the ones voting and making decisions. I said, maybe one of you might be the one to lead this nation. You could be corporate heads, you could be all kinds of things, and the world's going to be yours. So you'll do the best you can with it. So, it really is interesting when you look at how people manage their world and the perspective and just and everybody's just basically doing the best they can with the tools they have. And whether or not I agree with how they use their tools or the tools that they have the choice to do that. And there are consequences. But sometimes it's seeing that variety, seeing the different perspectives that allow us to grow in what it is that we believe we want. What is it that works for us? How we make a better world. So, it's okay. It's gonna be fine. And that's what I tell people, oh, aren't you worried about the world? No, I'm not. Because I know ultimately we're gonna be okay. Ultimately, because there have been tumultuous times in the world, times where people were very, at opposite ends. But as a species, we always found a way to come together. We'll do it again. Times will change, and we will hopefully all grow from what we learn from, the time period we're in order to make the time periods ahead better. And again, our children are going to be the ones to spearhead that. And I'm very comfortable leaving the world in their capable hands. I believe in them. And I tell them I believe in them. And it seems to make a difference. When you tell a young person as an adult, I believe in you. You've got this. It's like throwing them a lifeline, allowing them to feel like I'm going to be okay. I can make choices. And even when they mess up their choices, it's like, well, you learned something. And that's good. So now you are wiser than you were before you made that mistake. So, compliment a young person. If nothing else, it really confuses them. It's kind of fun to confuse young people. Anyway, so that is going to be our time today, and it is really wonderful. And I really wish I had a schedule that could accommodate us being together more often, but it's all right because we get together when we get together, and everybody is just so wonderful and shares so many really cool thoughts and opinions and perspectives. Thanks for the stream. I take care all. Yes. Mwah. Hugs to you, Dr. Haiku. And I will see you next time. And in the meantime, I hope you have a wonderful week. And please, please, please remember, Alex, to the stars. To the stars. Thank you. Please remember that you are the only you in all the universe. You're the only you that's ever been and the only you that will ever be. And what that does is it makes you special, it makes you sacred, and most of all, it makes you necessary. Because as the only you in all of the universe wouldn't be the same or complete without you. So, everyone, have an amazing morning, afternoon, evening, or night. May you walk gently with the world. May the world walk gently with you. And as always, I wish you balance and I wish you blessings. From my heart to yours. So, everyone, have a good day. Learn something new. I'm proud of you. And I love you. Alrighty, we will see you next time. October, I'll have some days off, so hopefully we'll get some more time in October. So in the meantime, until next time, bye.
Emerald Queen, where the game